Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, September the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know. Thank you, Becca. Let me know you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right. So guys, keep an eye on this Rocket Lab. It's an earnings play, and I do believe it's a meme stock today. I don't know. It's probably been a meme stock in the past, but I do believe it's a meme stock today, but it's also an earnings play, RKLB. Of course, there is the all-time high. It's a relatively recent IPO, probably a SPAC. But anyway, 1632 looks like got up to 1630, 1645 or so yesterday. So definitely keep an eye on this one. It's on a low float, 187 million in the float. Starting to fade a little bit. Again, the pre-market high was 1639. ENVB. This has been a super active one the last few days. Look at this. So this was $1.79 about 7 days ago. $1.79. And they do have some news, I believe, announces Magic Med Industries presentation. So they're going to be doing some presentation at investor conferences. CERT, C-E-R-T, gap down on on a financing. C-E-R-T, gapping down on a financing. I believe the financing price is $31. Here's one that I actually shorted in after hours, just for a little bit. CRDF, Cardiff Oncology, had a big pop after hours, and I actually was able to short some. Not in it anymore, of course. This was just after hours. It is still, let's see, the high was $9.29, so it's given up about $1 from that. And they did have the news after the company announces, that's why I shorted it, phase 1B/2 trial. Okay, so positive data, but always skeptical about anything less than phase 3. Love, L-O-V-E. Earnings play and a nice gap up for it. Big gap up for it, 12%. And Lululemon. Look at this one, man, oh man. Big gap up, 13%, $50, $431 stock. I don't know if you guys remember way back here when all the controversy about it. And that was it for Lulu, remember? That was it. It was all over. That used to be one of Dusty's favorite ones, or at least to talk about it. PRQR. And this is up, and their little news, Lilly, not the poster in the room, but Lilly collaboration. Yeah, HGen. Yeah, I don't know how much more it's going to go down. HGen. Emergency use authorization denied by the FDA. Boy, what a gap down. Man, oh man. Hey, I'm just going to get to Gevo. Yeah, Gevo, as Zach said. Pursuing sustainable aviation fuel. Don't know how much more this is. I mean, I find this a difficult trader intraday. It's got a lot in the float, 189 million in the float. This could be another interesting one. BLDE. Little gap up on an acquisition. BLDE on an acquisition. And Senta, yeah, you're just jumping ahead of me here, Zach. Senta, big gap up on earnings. Sorry, on positive data, not earnings, positive data. But as always, kind of ripe for a short. Let's see what the high is over here on that weekly chart. 26.25. What did it get to? Got up to 25.87. So yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of watching it. It's not very much volume at all. And this is, I mean, this is actually pre-market also. This is not, they didn't release that information after hours. So not very much volume at all. UK stock, I guess. Yeah, so it's a UK stock. Maybe that has something to do with it. PMCB is a gap up. All I could find out is that they're going to be presenting at a Wainwright conference. This is shortable for us at Interactive Brokers anyway. Tuesday morning, TUEM. Gapping down on earnings. This is basically a lifetime low now. Okay, I got the wrong symbol. Just a minute. TUEM. There we go. So it looks like some support around 272. So I mean, this still has some ways to go. I mean, it could hit 3 and stall, of course, but not very obviously down. Wow, 21%. Again, not huge volume. Well, I'm sure they are expecting good news. But I'm always skeptical of these little ones. But it is a low float, so absolutely have to keep an eye on it. There's no question. I mean, it's already traded the float. It's already had that massive gap down that day. And ZEV, I just put this one in also. ZEV. It's not a huge gap or anything like that, but again, you know, active. Lightning Motors partners with ABB to provide DC fast chargers. Collier Securities, remains a buy in Lightning Motors. Yeah, I should mention, I suppose, this is a cheap one. SNGX, at least it was up. Where are you? Must have fallen down a bit here. It was at the top of my list. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of volume, tons of volume. I think the reason, yeah, it's SNGX, I'm not sure, and it's granted orphan drug designation. I just kind of looked at it and thought, man, there's a lot of resistance. So anyway, we'll see. Once this market opens, it's already pulled back quite a bit. Got right into that little resistance area on the weekly chart. You can see right there, a couple of highs, right around that area that I got to in the pre-market. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And not too many of each. All right, there you have some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. All right, there you have it. You know, it's yeah. I do see Groy. I do see Groy. It's at near the. In fact, it's right at the top of my list. I just didn't think it was going to have that much more room. I may be wrong. It's a it's not a huge. It's not a big float. Not a low float. I do see Groy. Wainwright reaffirms their buy rating on them. I just thought there'd be too much resistance in this area up to 5. I may be wrong, of course, but what did it get to in the pre-market? Got up to 504. I mean, obviously taking a 5 would be huge if it could do it again. Where are they at? A Canadian stock out of my hometown, Vancouver. All right, let's take a quick look to see what's happening with the sectors this morning. Come on. So I'm going to my docked channel bar, and I'm going down to my sector status. Where are you? There you are. See how energy is doing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Of course, the big push to solar, etc. But anyway, virtually all the stocks are below yesterday's close in the XLE sector. So what is the top sector right now? Really, there's nothing standing out. The market's going to have a modestly weak open. Nothing is really standing out. We have communications at 61%. Tech is about 50-50. Oops, just a second, please. All right, sorry about that. So there's really no big sector yet. I mean, communications sort of up 61%, but really no big sector that is positive right now. Again, you have to wait for the market to open. Hellbiz, HLBZ is moving down. Actually, look at this. This is quite a big gap down. HL, not shortable for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. HLBZ. Well, let's take a look at EFTR and see what it's doing. I know it was down this morning. Not much though, it's only down 82 cents. And the way this thing moves, that could get wiped out just like that. But I don't know, I mean, you never know. You really just never know what might happen. But I have the feeling, I doubt it's going to get back up to that 40 level. What an awesome trade that was yesterday. And the Cadle was, for me, it was very disappointing. I was really looking forward to this, you know, breaking out over that 15 or over 12 yesterday. I was, you know, had so many price alerts set it up at just over 12. I know it touched it and then it just didn't do it. So I don't know. I don't think it has the same feel as the EFTR. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, so for today, I don't really have one that I'm, you know, super concentrating on. Like yesterday, the EFTR was, you know, definitely one to concentrate on all day. One thing I am going to do though, I'm just kicking myself for not doing it yesterday. Sometimes I just get a little too distracted. So here's the ATER, ATER. So, you know, this came in my option scan and it moved down below the price, and then later on it hit the price that it hit that we had in the option scan, and I just forgot to set a price alert. So people ask me, well, how do you use your option scanner? Well, of course, you know, I should be paying a lot more attention to using it like a watch list. So if you get an alert and, you know, it starts going the other way, in other words, you get, well, they're all long opportunities, but it starts to move against you. You know, first of all, I never take the trade right off the bat. But what I would be doing then is, you know, as you see it starting to move down, just set a price alert at the original alert price and see if it happens later on. I mean, this didn't, I think the alert was around I want to say 819 or 820, okay? And I think it was right about here. So this took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, that took almost 3 hours to get back to it. Okay, and then look what happened. I mean, it just ripped up from $8 up to $10.49. Man, it was awesome. It would have been more awesome had I been in it. But you get my drift here. Just set a price alert. Because, you know, use it like a watch list. Well, CLEU actually, wasn't that an earnings play yesterday too? It wasn't an earnings play, but you're right, it is moving a lot. It had it sat right on the 200-day moving average. I thought it was an earnings play yesterday. I know. Oh, that's right. They had that $25 million purchase, or 25 RMB. Don't know what the correlation is between US dollars and RMB, but yeah, just go to my homepage. I'll pop the link in here. Just go to my homepage. Go to the sector section. I don't display it. You're right. It's on another monitor. No, whoops. Well, I know it says Ari's homepage, but yeah, just go to my homepage and go to the sector section, and then it's the unusual option activity. I'm just telling you now, Taro, so go to my home page. I don't display it. Why? Because some things, you know, let's face it, you know, we're trying to sell a program here. So if you want it, as opposed to, look, I have no problem, you know, people coming in this room all the time and they're not subscribers. You know, ultimately we'd love for you to become a subscriber. But, you know, some things, you know, will be in other monitors that you cannot have unless you're a subscriber. So you don't see the option scanner that I display. Almost, Tom T, almost. Remember HUT? Yeah, Hut is on the move. Another crypto play. Give me a moment, please. All right, so yeah, Hut is interesting. I mean, it's got 125 million in the float. It's almost a lifetime high. I mean, it's getting close. Obviously, the lifetime high was up here at around 1130 or so. I'll bring this up once, guys. Those of you who follow GameStop, GME, obviously had earnings released after hours yesterday. I think they beat revenue expectations, but they missed on earnings per share on their earnings per share. So this is gap down. So that's my last look at it today. For those of you who follow it. $3.85. Thank you, Douglas and Kelly, and welcome to the room. So I don't know. I mean, this is other delayed reaction. I mean, it's the same news as it was yesterday, as far as I can see. And you just rehashed it. I'm pretty sure that was the news yesterday for CLEU. Yeah, I don't know where Rocket Labs is. I was also Zach. I know RKLB. I think this is a meme stock today also. So it's got a couple things going for it if that's the case. Of course, it's almost an all-time high. It started trading as RKLB right here. It's an earnings play. Well, I'm just looking, yeah, on the weekly, daily, and monthly. I'm always looking left to see where the next high is, to see where a stock could go. Doesn't have to go there, of course. So if 1623 right here, obviously the next high is 1646. I mean, that'll be an all-time high. But imagine the stock were, I don't know, down here, 11, and I'm looking left and I see the next high is 15. That's pretty good. I'm not, this is not to suggest it's going to get there. I just don't like to see anything blocking. I don't want to see the next high being like 10 cents away. And yeah, on the short side, the same principle, just reverse. Where's the next low looking left? Now this GROY, well guys, listen, this GROY might do it. I mean, it's now through 5. To 45 million in the float, so it's not super low, not super high, but I don't know where the high is. Again, well, it looks like obviously 710. I don't know if it started trading here. I'm sure this is not an IPO. Maybe a symbol name change. All right, everybody, let's see. The market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day today, everybody. A little concerned about William. I haven't seen him now for a couple of days. I know his daughter was kind of sick, but I haven't seen William in the last couple of days. All right, we are now open. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to let things settle down a little bit. Hut. Speaking of Hut, football starts tonight. HUT. All right, guys, Rocket Labs, RKLB. I mean, it's early, but I think this is a meme stock, and of course it has earnings. Now it's an all-time high right now, RKLB, but it is early. And we have our first halt of the day, and it's our friend, the EFTR. Wow, so this is not quite over. The EFTR halted again. Halted again after the last couple of days. It's been halted all over the place. So, well, there goes RKLB, guys. I mean, again, I just don't take them early, and I'll miss an opportunity like this. But it's just the way I trade. I've just seen too many times that stocks whip up and then they whip right back down in the first 15 minutes. But, for those of you who are a little more aggressive, I pointed it out, and, if it meets your trading plan, then so be it. Well, I don't know where William is. I don't know where William is. And, oh my goodness, this was on the way down, but now this is on the way up. Hellbiz, HLBZ. Remember, I just was talking about that in the pre-market, looking like it was getting weak. Still, well, it's still below, okay, it is still down for the day. That's a lot of that, of course, is because it had such a pop right at the end of the day. Massive pop at the end of the day. So keep an eye on this one, HLBZ, see if it recovers up to this level. Yeah, it looks like I was, I don't know, wrong about Groy, but I mean, Groy now, right there is the high right there, 708. So, I mean, it's still got, if I look left over here, the high is 608 on the monthly chart. So that is, and the high in the weekly chart is 529. Takes out 529, then it's got a shot at that 60. Well, it's taking out 529 now. Love to see this just sort of rest a bit. But if you're in it, I'm cheering you on. But I'd like to see it rest just a little bit and then take that high out and then take a run at 6. And there's Genie, Geni. It had earnings yesterday. Good reaction yesterday to earnings. Actually, a big recovery. It was actually quite, it was down and then it did close above, what are we now, Thursday? Tuesday's high. Well, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be at 55 seconds after 5 seconds before 9:36, if it is a 5-minute halt. Typically, the halts are 5 minutes, typically. Oh, I see. Yeah, I wouldn't take any stock in this one. It still says 27.61, 27.62, basically where it was halted. So there's no real clue. This is what you're talking about, right? Yeah, there's no real clue. I almost guarantee it's not going to be this. It may not be higher, but it's not going to be this. All right, guys, Blade over 10. What's the next high looking left? 1073 on the monthly. And they're doing some kind of an acquisition. And it just resumed 2780. Wow. So yeah, so as I said, didn't think that whatever that was, yeah, 2761. So it resumed 2780 and it popped. No, this is not over. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought after this move here and then the move here, and we are now halted again. AFTR. I'm not in this. Not in it. Not today. Doesn't mean I won't take it today. Just that I did not get in it. So now look at this. Here's the difference. Now, will this hold? I don't know. But this is what you're talking about. Halted at $30. And you see how it jumps around. I mean, at one point it said 35.35. So this is just going to jump around. And this is from Interactor Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Wow, HLBZ. Yeah, this is almost getting into almost positive territory. I mean, this is a little bit skewed, you know. Yeah, it's down for the day. It looks like, you know, big 10% down. But remember what happened right at the very end. So it's a little bit skewed. You know, guys, I'd be watching this for an 8 break, CRDF. I'm going to put an alert around 793 for it. All right, guys, and there is the RKLB. RKLB on the move, just making another new high. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts. All right, now for the blade, I've got to put an alert up here. See if it takes back 10. It's not a low float, 44 million. Not high, but it's not low. Okay, so ATER still has some room, guys. ATER still has some room. You know, and when I say that, I'm just looking left on the daily chart. Look where it got to before it pulled back. It got to 1046 or so. So it still has, you know, $1 between now and that price there. I'm not saying it's going to get there. All right. Well, hey, listen, Cardiff is reversing. I'm still going to have an alert. I still have my alert set here. I may be wrong. It may start to have a run here. It's on a low float, 37 million in the float. Had news after hours, popped up. It just could not sustain it. Yeah, WKEY, which was super active yesterday. Volume coming in, WKEY, volume coming in. Nice break out of consolidation. And now this is a low float. So these are the, what you're seeing here, the watch list up and down. Wow, RKLB. Well, again, I'm not in it, but anyway, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Again, if you're more aggressive, this is why I have them here. These are the alerts, okay? Right off the bat, so, starting at 9:31. If you're more aggressive, I just like to put a delay on here. So for instance, RKLB, if it does trigger in here, it's probably going to look so extended, but maybe not. But it has to take out the high for it to show here. Okay, EFTR just opened. Well, let's put it this way. I mean, I never, wow, RKLB. I mean, I don't typically put targets anyway. Look at the market, guys. So let's take a look at this market. Look at the market. So we're looking like we're drifting down at the very beginning, but nice pop right now. All right, now this CRDF, now below 8 again. Well, I guess I called it. I just didn't want it to move so quickly right off the bat. But Rocket Labs, I mean, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, look at this. Yeah, so sorry, Patrick. Can't allow a post like that in, okay? We don't talk about stocks going to the moon, things like that, okay? Well, I guess I have to do this. I have to put it, well, I still have my price alert set up here at 40.76 for EFTR. I mean, it's kind of like I said yesterday. If it takes out the high of yesterday, I mean, who knows where this is going? Wow. Definitely a pun intended, but RKLB is a rocket ship right now. Just went straight up. I think I got that on my watch list. Yeah, it's on the watch list, so it is there. Wow. This RKLB, guys. Well, this is the stock of the day, obviously. But now, yeah, the SLQT. What's the high looking left? Yeah, it's got room. It does have room. Look left. The high over here is 1445, so it has room. And WKEY, I don't know, Zach, if you're still swinging this one, but WKEY, above yesterday's high now, approaching the high of 895 back here. Curve is an earnings play also. Curve is an earnings play. Yeah, there's a lot happening right off the bat. And now it's 9:45 now, so let's take a look at what... Still nothing from the option scanner. Yeah, we've got a lot of extended plays right now, WKEY. Just like to see them rest just a little bit. Now, I mean, this Rocket Lab, RKLB, if you could just, if those of you are in it, fantastic. For me, I'd like to see it rest just a little bit. Could always take off still. I mean, it's an all-time high, so there's nothing stopping it. Okay, well, this one, I mean, I almost shorted this. This is up and down. Super choppy right now for the CRDF. I just have to leave it alone right now. Super choppy though. Owl. Ah, right, this one. This is the, what's the high over here? I was waiting for this one a few days ago to take this out, so let's see if this has a bit of a run in it. Problem is, no volume. Yeah, no volume. 57,000 with a 300 million float, so... No, I know, we've looked at the curve. Yeah, it's an earnings play, CURV, earnings play. It's extended on the 2s. It's kind of extended on the 5s right now. You look left on the next high looking left, 26.96, I believe. I'm wrong. 23.95. So 23.95 is the next high looking left. Pretty close. All right, guys, ENVB. Let's see, the high in the pre-market was 360. I think it had some room, or not room, some news, I think. That's right, this is the Magic Med Industries presentation. I guess this is a cannabis play. There's Owl. It's a big float. Let's see, the volume picking up. It's still pretty light, but ENVB, guys, if you have our premium service, you know why I'm talking about it a little bit also. Sort of in my wheelhouse. Meanwhile, Givo is, it is continuing. Had a little wee pullback, and now it is continuing. It's a huge float, 189 million in the float. Still nothing from the option scanner. I do see Saba. I know it's approaching 50. WKEY, guys, almost breaking that whole number. There is the next high looking, well, it's already taken that out. So the next high in the monthly chart is, there's 9, so it's right at that. The monthly chart, the next high after that, wow, 1595. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. What do we have? 9 is there. 1078. So this has room. Taking out 9 on the weekly chart, you've got 1078. So it still does have some room. Okay, guys, ENVB. If you have our premium service, you know why I'm talking about it. It's exactly what I look for from our AI in terms of the price. Also showed up here my watch list, ENVB 332, WKEY showing up. Let's see, it just has to with some resolve take out 9. All right, well, guys, listen, GEVO, getting very, very close to that 200-day moving average. Now, this is shortable for me, so I'd be really, really interested to see what it does at 7. There's the 200-day moving average, $7, so it's not that far away. Yeah, you're right, it is on the option scanner. I mean, I'm not going to take it yet, but I'm going to put my alert basically where it happened at the option scanner, and see if it takes it out like soon or later on in the day. What did it get to in the after hours yesterday? It did get up to 924. So I mean, that could be a bit of a magnet. I do wish all this hadn't happened earlier for the Cardiff, but let's just see what happens here. Well, guys, I mean, this Cardiff is, let's even take out 850. Yeah. It's still pretty whippy. It's looking way that time in sales is going crazy. All right, guys. Now, Root, I don't know if it's a meme stock today. It has been in the past, I do believe. 669 was the high yesterday. The high over here is 683, so it's got a little bit of work to get through that level. If it could find its way through that, though, look at the high over here is 840. But it might struggle to get through this area. Now, this is what I would love to happen with the Cardiff. See how it's just kind of resting here? Maybe for, 5 or 10 minutes or so. I mean, it may not happen. And then get some volume and pop it through 850 and see if it can attack this area after the after hours high. IVC, guys, IVC is on the way down here. IVC, what are you doing? All-time, almost an all-time low. IVC. These are not support. These are not support or resistance lines. This is just like IVC. I have no idea. Must have done this long time ago. Probably up here. But to put them in, I mean, if you want to mark certain area, this is not automatic. So you go to properties. Sorry, you go to markup and horizontal line. So they're not drawn automatically. Typically, when you see those lines, it's because I was in a trade at some point, and so when I do my video, I like to mark it up and say, okay, here's where I got in, here's where I got out, certain levels. Okay, guys. I mean, I'm liking what Cardiff is doing, CRDF. I'm liking what it's doing. Just sort of pausing a little bit, maybe settling down, and then maybe just get a pop-up. Well, Jivo, wow. I mean, now I do note that. Okay, on the AI, I see that there's a short for CERT, S-E-C-E-R-T. So the financing is done at 31. Okay, it is a $31 financing. So, who knows? Maybe it'll start to drift down towards that. ENVB, guys, just has to maybe take out that 350 mark. Well, I can't speak for the room, Pickles, what other people are doing. You hear me talking about if you should be hearing me talk about the CRDF, what I'm looking for. I'm saying there's the base, now it's starting to drift down, so I put a price alert up here. If it happens later on in the day, great. Doesn't mean I just take the trade. I mean, if it's, I want to see some kind of a pattern. Okay, guys, well, listen, I mean, there's the Jivo. I mean, it is trying to get through that 200-day. Let's see how well it does. I mean, as Real would say, there's the area of the 200-day moving average. I mean, the official number is 701. Now, let's see if it can really clear that. If so, I mean, hey, I don't know. Let's take a look left and see where it could go. Next high looking left is 846 on the weekly chart. And of course, it's in the option scanner. Meanwhile, Zach is going to short it. Boy, this IVC is just getting absolutely taken to the cleaners here. IVC just getting creamed here. I didn't see this in the pre-market. There was no action really in the pre-market. I think what they're doing is they are ahead of our October 28th release. They are guiding lower or something to that effect. All right, so guys, remember what I said about the setting a price alert. So for the Cardiff, it's starting to drift down. So set your price alert. You know, I've got it at 846 or so. That's where the alert happened on the option scanner. Later on in the day, it may never come back to that price, but if it does, you should know about it. And then you can start looking to see if it makes sense to take the trade. I'm just watching Jivo to see how well it holds that 200-day moving average area. It's trying. I know Zach is short, but my bias is to go long. All right, so PRQR, what are you doing? Are you moving up? Okay, yes, actually. So on the Lily News, Zach was mentioning BTX. All right, now this, yeah, okay. I mean, this is, again, could be one of those crazy ones. I mean, it's only 23 million in the float. It was crazy that week when it got up to 82. That's a tough one. That yeah, I mean, I saw it in the pre-market support SPRT. Obviously, I don't know if it's a meme stock today, if it got a hold of it again, but it is now making a new high here. All right, well, listen, moment of truth really for Jivo. I might join Zach in a short. Looks like that 200-day moving average, it's hovering right around there. And I can always rely on Peter to tell us when there's a garbage stock. And as I always say, garbage, who cares as long as we get on the right side of it. All right, well, look at this little pop here for CNTA. So this is, what did it get? Pre-market, I got it 25.78. All right, guys, well, Cardiff is back up. Still flirting with that 850. Again, still flirting with that 850 mark on the CRDF. See if it can get maybe like a bid 854, 855. That'll probably get me interested in a big way. And that's for the CRDF. Only because it came on my option scanner, you know, so I've got faith in it. It's a volume like here, 8 million, 112 times normal. So we've got, you know, tons of relative volume here. All right, well, just wait for the alert to happen again if it does. Meanwhile, guys, Jivo looks like it is trying to hold that 200-day now. Well, look at this one. CDMO. There's the 200-day way down here, 1934. Stock says 1992 right now. This is actually, didn't see any action on this in the pre-market. I'm sorry, post-market. Really no action. This is an earnings play, CDMO. Wow, look at this, down 15%. Go Jivo. Sorry, Zach. I don't know if you're still short, but once it held that 200-day for about the third, fourth time, okay, guys, so if you're wondering what I'm talking about, there it is. I'm going to be talking about this, all the scans that I'm sharing. Well, you might win, but you know what? I'm sure you're going to be piling in later or keep, but right now, I'm writing it. All right, I've taken some of the Jivo off. 732. Well, what a day. I mean, it is super active. All right, next we've got RGS. What are you doing? RGS. Okay, RGS. So looking left on the daily chart, the next high is 554. Kind of tight there. So, okay, yeah, I mean, I think it's your chase mode now, excuse me, for the PRQR. It will show up very soon, I think, on the option scanner. Minimum volume has to be 2,000 contracts, so it's right now at 7 times normal. So once that hits 2,000 contracts, it's going to show up, and we'll see what happens. All right. Excuse me. Let's try again to get through that 850. Again, I'm being stubborn here. I'm waiting for like about an 854 on the bid or so, and then that'll probably get me interested. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade the way I'm going to. All right, guys. Well, we've got a big winner in the GVO. Just need the patience to see if it takes this out in a big way, this 850. Because again, traders are going to be looking at what it did in after hours yesterday. I got it to 924. Okay, that's all they're looking at. All right, guys, I'm almost out of my entire position at GVO now. Got up into the 740s. Zach can have it now. Morning, Ija. SFTW, that was one from yesterday, wasn't it? SFTW, I think, was that on the option scanner? I think it was. So yeah, there's yesterday's, what a day it had yesterday. I mean, look how it dropped down to 975, up to 1090, closed here. So takes out the high of yesterday. So the option volume is good. It's just the option volume percent is light. All right, now the RKLB, it may just be resting, okay? Keep an eye on the RKLB. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was thinking maybe if it can hold that 18 level, take out 1842. It looks like it's trying to drift down a little bit more. I'd like to see it take out 1842, the high of those in the 2-minute chart. It does that, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like it wants to keep drifting down for a while anyway. Yeah, so now the problem with the PRQR showing up on the option scanner, I mean, it's pretty extended. And let's take a look left. 946, so that's good. That's $1 away from that high. Yeah, 840, so Well, actually, I mean, so 843. So actually, that high over there, it's the same as the high in the monthly chart, on the weekly chart. So it's got some room. PRQR has got some room. I'm still really interested in this Cardiff, guys. But look at the PRQR running here. That Lilly collaboration. Man, what an active morning. Chivo's right back up. Well, guys, I did not take the PRQR. I was hoping it would just rest just a little bit, but it just run away from me. But again, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, because we had the alert at 8:45 from the option scanner. Well, yeah, I mean that's the problem right now with Cardiff. You know, it's a little too choppy. I mean, really choppy. But you know, I think if I can take out that 850, I'm waiting on it like about an 854 bid. I mean, obviously, the only reason I'm interested in it because it came on my option scanner, and the fact that it did hit after hours 924. Well, the owl is running away from me here. Owl. What's the high right there? It's 1528. So the volume is starting to pick up. 200. I mean, it's not huge volume, but it is just inching its way up. OWL. But I refuse to lose sight of this Cardiff, okay? This here, you know, but yeah, I mean, I did not take the PRQR. I just thought it was, you know, a little too extended. But look at the volume coming in. And again, here's that magnet after hours yesterday, 901. That's what I'm looking at with the Cardiff, the potential magnet. Whoa, Jivo, wow. I'm not in it anymore. All right, guys. Well, the Cardiff is. Can it hold that 850? I saw the bid was 854 briefly. It was so brief. I almost took it, but it just dropped down below that 854. So it's still kind of whippy. So I just have to put my alert again. We need some volume, a big volume push right through it. Bored ape. Oh my goodness. Cardiff is just still kind of messy. Well, again, I don't have to stare at it. I'm just going to, again, have my alert set again. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, well. All right, guys, here's the RKLB. Wow, it actually popped right back up. It looked like it was going to start to really sink, but it popped right back up. RKLB, but it's... It's like a lot of things that are happening right now. It popped up and dropped a little bit, but you know, this is going to be 187 million in the float, so it's still going to take a bunch to move it. It needs some volume, and then maybe it'll start to attack that 19 area. Worth watching. WW means worth watching. All right, guys, well, okay, it's 10:23, a little bit late. I'm going to try to do this a little more quickly, okay? First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I'm live on the mic. I always start off with my home page. Well, WKEY has been all over the place, but it's back over 9 again. I know it's showing up in the option scanner now too at 910. What's the high over here is 895. So, All right, I just popped my homepage link in, and my homepage tab is here. So it's available in this main trading room all day long. If you click on it, there's the link. Lot of information here, okay? So my advice is save the link, because all the information there's a lot, especially in these two sections right here, my scans and the education. If you do want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off. Let's take a quick look to see how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Okay, premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. All right, there are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to take out an annual plan. In fact, my recommendation is do not take out an annual plan unless you know you want the program. You can always start off monthly. Here's our standard prices. Standard $118, premium $228. Less the 15%. You can apply that discount first month only. All right. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Also, my homepage, you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon every day, Eastern Time. This section, this is free, and the education section is free. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I really recommend you take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. You know, it shows you how you can create a top list. Well, first of all, what is a top list? Building them, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to backtesting, the AI, which we nickname Holly, down to Brokerage Plus. So a lot of information is there. Daily support sessions. Today is Thursday, so between 12 and 1, another trader takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so that should be Jamie. Before I take my break at noon, I will put the link in, so you can head over there if you want, between 12 and 1. Daily webinar. So this week, the webinars are on Tuesday and Thursday. So today is Thursday, so there's a webinar this week. Next week, the webinars are Monday and Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos regarding trade ideas, starting trade ideas from scratch. So there's a great little section here also if you're just new to trade ideas. If you're new to trading, a great little series, 36 short videos, starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, this is a great little series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created. And some trading ebooks. So again, lots of information on my homepage, including my scan section. So this is a sample layout. It's kind of like what you see. Okay, not quite, but it's very much like what you see. Plus, all the individual scans that I've created, including this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options that you'll hear me talk about all day long. So you can have a layout, or if you have a layout already and you just want to take a look at individual scans, you can do that also. So save my link, then you can take a look at this education section and the scan section whenever you want. And I put the wrong link in the YouTube room, just a second. So here is my homepage link, okay? Habib, it's right here. Okay, I'll just pop it in, but you know, if you find my tab, it's always available. Barry's homepage, it's always available right here. And then just go to the scan section for my scans. Makes sense. And then go to the education section for the ebooks, etc. Now I find that WKLB a little bit tough right now. I mean, we've got 3 down candles now on the 15-minute chart. It got me a little bit excited when it popped right back up to that 1850, but again, it didn't last. Well, guys, looks like the Cardiff is right now certainly a no-go. So I've got my alert set. I know this happened yesterday with the ATER, so I've got my alert set here again. Let's see, you know, later on in the afternoon. I mean, that's what happened with the ATER. It took several hours before it got back up. I'm not saying that's going to happen with the CRDF, but I'm just going to forget about it for the time being. Meanwhile, though, look at ENVB from the AI. Now, I don't display the AI alerts. Not fair for those of you who pay for the premium service, but you know, I'm going to talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is for those of you who are new. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. So in that scan, one of the ones I'm sharing, what I'm looking for is stocks between 1 and 20, high relative volumes. It's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. That's how you always start off. You want to build your own scans. You always start off with our filters, you know, to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you put an alert in. In this case, I'm looking if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time, and this is intraday, of course, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay? Now, the good news about it is that you do not have to learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. You right-click on an alert window and click on Configure and Search. Here are all the alerts that we have. Tons and tons of alerts, lots and lots of filters, okay? So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that for those of you who want to build your own scans, You can combine them to create the type of scan you're looking for. Now, if you're starting out, you don't even have to know how to build a scan. You can use my scans to start out. You can use them forever if you want. KRBP is ringing at me. Wow, look at this one. Low float, guys. Low float. No action at all in the pre-market. No clue this was going to happen. KRBP, low float, 11.3 million in the float. Boy, this Tuesday morning is an earnings play. Will this hold it? 275. Boy, it's an earnings play. So, we're a scanner. You don't have to learn a programming language to use trade ideas. You can use my scans to start off, or you know what? If you're just not if you're one of those people that just wants scans developed for them, well, you've got my scans. Or you can also go to our docked channel bar. If you're a Trade Idea subscriber and you're not using our latest beta, I think you should be. You know, the docked channel bar. What that means is, as opposed to the old channel bar that you see right above it, it means that you can click on a channel. All these channels are themed based. You can click on a channel and not have your layout disappear. Okay? With the old version, your layout would disappear. So we've got a lot of we've got a lot of themed channels. I'm not in Jivo anymore. Too bad. We have a lot of themed channels, and each channel has scans in them. If you saw a scan that you like, you could save it to the cloud. Okay, and again, you look at the lessons. It'll show you how you can save things to the cloud. But you could extract an alert window or a multi-strategy window or a top list window, whatever you want. You go through the various channels and you can start extracting windows that you might like. Wow, ENVB, I can't wait to show you guys the AI. And save them to the cloud, and then when you've saved them to the cloud, you just file, load from cloud, and you can go and start to bring them back one at a time, all of the scans that you extracted from the various themed channels. So again, you don't have to know how to make a scan. We do it all for you. Now, what you can do, of course, you can right click and configure, and you may not like these filters exactly, the filter values. Maybe you want a different price range. Excuse me, no problem. You just change it. Let's say you wanted it between 10 and 50. No problem. Just say okay, and now look. See, it's been changed to 10 and 50. Or you can modify the other ones, or you can just leave it as it is. When you get used to using trade ideas, you can even maybe take a filter out that you don't like or add one in that you've discovered that you like, things like that. But right off the bat, don't have to worry. You just can take all the scans that we have created. So we try to make it very, very, very easy for you. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about the AI. So this is part of our premium service. If you click on it now, this is what I would do. I wouldn't concern myself. I know we get a lot of questions about what do all the strategies mean, and what does this do? How does this work? Well, this is what I would do. Make it super simple. Click on New. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, now somebody asked me, well, I'm not getting these. This is again in this dock version I'm using, but this is the window that you see. I just docked it with these two other scans, that's all. But this is where ENVB showed up, 332. So at this point, it's up 9.7%, okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you don't have to get in right at the penny. You can watch to see how it's trading. You have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. But the bottom line is just wait for the alerts to happen. Use it like a watch list. For instance, ENVB, there was the entry. Well, what if ENVB had gone down from 332 and then it started going down to 310, 305, and then later on in the day, it hits that price again. Just put a price alert and see, maybe, you know, the AI might have been just a little bit early in alerting you to the opportunity. So just put a price alert. Now, I don't go over that pretty quickly. There's no right or wrong way to use the AI. You know, I use it like a watch list. I like the ones that are under $20. That's just my personal preference. Doesn't have to be yours, of course. All right, guys, so I'm going to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. All right, so I put the Brokerage Plus link in. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. This is just, it means you don't have access to this feature, okay? That's all it is. It's not mandatory to use it. It's just there if you want to use it. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this, but it's here if you want to use it. Curve, guys. Just making a new high here. Earnings play. The second video that you see in that Brokerage Plus link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Okay? So I don't go over any detail whatsoever. Watch the video. It's about 26 minutes long. The other way to use this, now the other thing is, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Only available if you're using our app. Okay, the downloadable application. But other big way of using this is as a simulator, paper trader, okay? Uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use this as a simulator. You just click on Sim, and I think what will happen down here, it'll say something like account. You just click on it, and then you pick Simulated Trading Account. Okay, now you can use it as a simulator. We emphasize this because we really feel strongly that before you start trading with real money, practice trading. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you are live with real money, okay? So that's why you should practice with the simulator. Very simple to do. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up. I always like to demonstrate it on a pullback to start off with. Okay, let's just say you wanted to take this SLQT trade, but you don't want to take it right now. Maybe it pulls back to 1261. I'm just showing the mechanics, okay? That's all I'm showing you. This is in the simulator. So I'm going to type 1261. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. Okay, right there. So if SLQT got down to 1261, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you can practice. Like a lot of you might want to practice not swing trading, but pullback trading. You can, by the way, you can also use this to practice swing trading. If you don't close out your position at the end of the day, then it carries forward. Okay, so you can practice swing trading using this Brokerage Plus also in simulation mode. Now I'm just going to quickly go over money management. Very important when you get into trading. You have to have a plan. One of the plans should be that when you get into a trade, you know, they're not all going to work. So have a price where you're going to get out of the stock when it's not working. Now, how are you going to determine that price? Well, that's where the practice comes in. I typically try to size up a chart where I think there's a support level. And so that if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade, as an example. Different ways of getting stopped out, or putting a stop. That's what we call putting a stop. Maybe it's the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the 15-minute candle. Maybe it's a moving average. I cannot tell you what to use. You have to get comfortable with how you're going to place your stops. I don't use a trailing stop, no. So, I'm not saying not to, I just don't, because I'm not in so many trades at the same time. If I were like 10 trades at the same time, sure, I'd have to have some auto way to do it. I don't believe in trailing stops because to me it's just a percentage. It's not based on any science. If you say, well, I want to have a 0.5% trailing stop or a 10-cent trailing stop, 20 cent, it's not really based on anything other than getting out of a trade if you're not able to follow. But I'm usually in no more than 2 trades at the same time. But anyway, that's, people talk about trailing stops all the time. If they work for you, fantastic. Now, let's take a trade and talk about, the idea of putting a stop in. Just trying to find something that yeah, and it's not giving up without me or with me. That's okay. I did okay on it. Let's say I wanted to take this OPAD, okay? I just want to demonstrate the concept here, okay? And I may get stopped out immediately, but I just want to demonstrate the concept of how I would look at this. And I'm going to make the math super simple. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. It's a 6-cent spread. That's okay. Again, this is just to show you. So here's my entry at 1376. I'm going to add a stop order. Now, before I got into the trade, I would know what that is. I'm not, it's not like it's and I'm going to put 1356 to make the math simple. And you'll see there'll be a red line. Approximately a $100 loss if it goes down to 356 if I obey my stop, okay? So again, I'm using that a 20-cent stop, not because every trade I get into I'm using a 20-cent stop. I wanted to make the math easy. So if that had been a true 20-cent stop, based on what I would see on a chart, then that's also going to share size me. Because again, when you get into trading, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. So if the trade works against you, you don't want to lose more than $100. So when you know, of course, where you're getting into a trade and what your stop is, the difference in this particular case, again, I wanted to make the math simple, is 20 cents. If I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, that meant I could take 500 shares. Why? 20 cents into $100 equals 500. So a little bit of math to do on the fly, but again, that's why practice comes in. So 2 concepts we talked about: placing a stop, and you're only going to have to practice. Figuring out, well, where am I going to place my stops? That's only going to come with practice. And then that will share size you. That difference. And then, of course, the other main thing is to obey your stops. Many times, especially when you start out trading, you get into a trade and you cannot believe that it's not working. You can't believe it. Hearing good things about the company. Maybe they had a press release today. Maybe even, in this trading room, people are excited about it for whatever reason, okay? But guess what? The best setup, the best press release, the best excitement, sometimes they still don't work. So you have to have, try to obey your stop, get out of the trade for the manageable loss as opposed to disobeying it and watching your $100 loss turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell it. You know, I mean, listen, it can always come back. That setup that looked primo at the beginning can always come back. You know, you get stopped out and it may come back. Okay? So that's it, guys. Now practice. We've got a great simulator. Just practice trading. How long? So we get the question all the time. Well, how long is it going to take me to, to get good? It may never happen. I hate to say it like that, but it may never happen. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when money is on the line. Real money's on the line. You get stopped out in the simulator. Oh well, sort of play money. But it's a big, big difference when you have money on the line. And the other thing too is that even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make money once you start committing real money to the market. Because again, just like I was saying, the emotions come into play. Not obeying your stop because you just get stubborn. One of the worst things that can happen is not obeying your stop. And saying, that $100 loss turned into $200, $300, $400, and then it turns around and you're up $1,000 or some crazy thing. And then you start thinking, great, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Yeah, it can happen. Of course it can happen. But in my opinion, you want to last, for a long time doing this, it's good to have money management skills nailed down before you start trading. I'm going to tell Zach, you can come back. I'm done my spiel. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. All right, guys. So let's take a look to see what's happening. I mean, wow, that Jivo. Wow. All right, guys, and let's take a look at some of the other ones that came into my, scanner. Well, Cardiff isn't doing what I thought it would do. It just took a long time. Well, obviously I was wanting to go long, but kept failing at that 850, 850, 850. My initial bias was shorting. Yeah, the RKLB, I mean, it is choppy. So, I mean, if you're going to take a trade like this, you have to probably not take as many shares as you would normally do. Put a wider stop, because, they could drop $1 just like that. So if you're going to put $1 stop on it and you are risking $100, you can do some pretty quick math. OPAD. Yeah, OPAD has been really interesting. I have it here, 1460. And this is the one. Wow. So look at this in the simulator, guys. I use this as an example of taking a trade. Now, I'm going to take out, these are some hotkeys. I'm going to take out half the trade, okay? Took out half. I could have, if I highlight and flatten, I'm out of the trade completely, or I could have doubled my position, okay? And I'm just going to flatten the trade completely. Now, if I kept it, didn't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then this would carry forward. Now, I like these three columns. So there's the profit made on the $628, okay, on the OPAD. If I had got out at the absolute high here, I guess I would have 1566. I would have been 787. Now, you know, you cannot expect to get out at the absolute high, but you know, this difference certainly is not terrible. You know, if I'd had a maximum 787 and I allowed this to get down to like 200, 300, or even worse, a loss, obviously that's not what you want. So this, you know, this, and I'm going to explain the distance from the exit, bit of a good gauge to show you how well you're managing your exits. Okay? And then the distance from the exit price, what that is telling me, that minus 27, now it's minus 2. What I'd love to see, I mean, if you were truly in a trade, you want to see a big negative number. Why? Because that would tell me, okay, where I got out of the trade, it is way below that price, so that would be a great exit, right? Hopefully that makes sense. So that's why I like these three columns. It just gives me a bit of an idea. How good are your exits? Boy, this is this OPAD. I mean, this. Yeah, we saw this one a couple of days ago, doing this, and just this continuation. Wow, what a continuation! I mean, there's a 50% jump. You know, from a couple of days ago, from 10 to 15. Oh man, the whiskey, I know it's not whiskey, but I'm going to call it whiskey, W-K-E-Y. Very, very whippy, but it is now over 9 again. Yeah, set an alert for about 9:13, see if it can finally just get away from 9. Like Ernesto, if you've been in this room long enough, you know I'm a big whole number guy. All right, W-K-E-Y. I mean, what's the next time? I mean, so we don't really have any resistance. I don't know where it's going, but we don't really, what's that number there? Maybe right there is the next area. me just load this again. WKEY. So the next high looking left. Oh, that's 9. Okay, so that's nothing. So, you know, this has got nothing but room now. I'm not saying it's going to get to 1595. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. The next high looking left on the weekly is 1443. So, I mean, this has got a ton of room. I don't know. I don't know where either they weren't there here yesterday either, so I don't know. All right, guys. Well, I think we can brand that a winner. WKEY had the alert at 9:10. The option scanner is for the Cardiff. Means a new high of the day. NHOD, new high of the day. Okay. Yeah, I'm not in Jivo anymore. I can't believe I'm not in Jivo anymore, but, you know, I'm not. However, I think this is probably going to be my stock of the day video that I do at noon. I don't see why it won't be. I'm sure a lot of people took Jivo. Came in on the option scanner at 698. We talked about the 200-day moving average, 701. It popped up and down a little bit, and then finally, I think around 710, 711. That's where I got in when it looked like it was going to hold at 701. And unfortunately, though, I got out in the about 740. Well, the thing about it too, I mean, it's a big float. You have to understand something, guys. I mean, 34%, up 34% with 190 million in the float. Okay, that's a major move with that float. This will more than likely trade the float today. I mean, we're almost not quite halfway there. Okay, I mean, it's straight 189 million in the float, 71 million have traded. So my guess is by the end of the day, it's going to be really close to that 189 figure. My noon video, go to my homepage. Didn't you ask me that question yesterday? MDB? Somebody asked me that question yesterday. Go to my homepage. Okay, click on my homepage link, and then when you do, just give me a moment, and click on the right here, stock of the day video. Okay, click here, and you'll see them all, the ones I've already done. Well, you can just subscribe to it, and then it gets sent to you once I've done it. Maybe not the second I've finished, but later on in the day you'll see it. Okay? Okay, I'm sorry. I know somebody else asked me yesterday where are all the videos. You're right. I now know it wasn't you. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, I am now back. Now, see here, now it says 26 cents. So where I exited is now 26 cents above. That can also be a bit of a gauge to watch, you know, because you got out of something, but now you're seeing the distance from the exit price is 26 cents. So maybe, you know, you can click on the alert and see what's happening. You know, and it may be an opportunity to get back into the trade. Look at RKLB now, guys. I mean, as I said, you know, you probably had to take a pretty wide stop, not as many shares. VLO. All right, now listen, the PRQR now is resting. Okay, so we had the alert from the option scanner right here. You can see, hopefully you can see that little blue arrow right there. Back to PRQR, what time is it? 11:06, okay. There's the, in case you're wondering what these blue arrows mean, nothing more, it's not saying buy or anything like that, it's just telling you what candle the alert happened on. You know, it depends on the time frame you're looking at, of course. So on the 15-minute chart, there it is on the 15-minute candle. Here it is on the 5-minute candle. Here it is on the 2-minute candle. That's what the blue arrow is referring to. So you can kind of go back in time and say, okay, there was the alert. What did it do afterwards? So you can see that it went up to, just give me a moment here. One of the reasons I have a lot of my windows are on don't repeat is because this allows me to go back in time and say, okay, where was the first alert and what time was it, and what was the price and what did it do afterwards. So for instance, RKLB had an alert at 9:31. It was at 17:17. So you can see there's the blue arrow right there. What did it do afterwards? I mean, I didn't take this trade. But 1951 from 1717 as an example. I was kind of thinking this one might do something. This Boulder or Blade, BLDE. Yeah, so it really didn't do anything. You can see there was the alert at 9:35. The price was 10:05. I mean, it got up to 10:15. I don't call that a big deal. And it's the same thing with my watch list here. Okay, I mean, we had the alert at 1460 at 10:51. What did it do? Obviously, we know what it did. It got up to 16 something. Okay, so it's because a lot of times what can happen is, yeah, you see the alert, and then maybe it drops immediately from that alert. Put your price target or put your price alert at the price where you had the alert, and see if it happens later on. Now, how to use a watch list? I mean, they're not all going to be rocket ships like immediately, and sometimes they do nothing. There are a lot of people at Trade Ideas have got this one. MNMD. This cannot get out of its way. Look at this. Well, let's take a look at jets. Let's see. You're saying the airlines are strong today for some reason. Okay, let's take a look at jets. Yeah, there's the ETF. Wow, yeah, no kidding. Look at this run. What do they know that we don't know? But seriously, I mean that's a big run here. This is the ETF for the airline industry, Jets. Great name. Let's take a look at American. I'm sure they're all going to look the same, guys. Yeah, I mean, they're all going to look the same. Take a look at Delta. No, I don't even have to. I know Delta is going to look the same. Take a look at United Airlines. I know it's going to look the same. And I'm sure this one, JetBlue, is going to look the same. So, yeah, something's putting a spark into the airline industry today. So if you don't want to trade an individual stock, you can just see Jets is the, this is the ETF for the industry. And Boeing, sure, I didn't even look at Boeing, but not an air, well, I haven't looked at Boeing, in fact, for a long time. Yeah, look at Boeing. I saw that, Mr. Keith. I actually did see that little headline, but because it just doesn't matter. BCTX. Let's take a look at Zacks BCTX. Let's see what's happening with it. And the answer is yes. So this is almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is back here at 9. Had a nice 3-week run from 5 up to 820. Yeah, I mean, Ader is now above yesterday's high. I mean, this, what do they do again? Oh yeah, these are consumer products company. No, I see. You're right. BlackBerry is, for whatever reason, on the move. Meme stock, of course. I don't know. I didn't see that. Didn't see any news about them. All right. BlackBerry delivers secure, modern authentication for Microsoft 365. So they actually had a little bit of news. Okay. Big call block, yes. What's the next high looking left? Is 1122, 1144. Of course, this is back in January. Well, I don't know, guys. Jivo may, I mean, it's just been super strong. I mean, what else to say? Super strong. I mean, what's the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 8, looks like 846. Not saying it's going to get there, but looks like there's enough resistance in that area anyway. All right, guys, Rocket, RKLB, over 19 now. NVAX, I haven't been even, you guys have been talking about NVAX. I think that's out of the price range I like. Okay, wow, big drop, yes. Yeah, so actually, Ater, I see on yours, rubber toe. Yeah, you would have had an alert around 9:33, right? For Ater on yours. On my modified one, I would have had the alert at 9:63. And unfortunately, I cannot give it to you guys because it has a custom filter in it. And then in the option scanner that everybody has access to at 10:37. When you want to set a target price for buying, it filled at that exact price. Don't quite know what you mean. Are you talking about in the simulator? Come on, move. All right, so are you talking about, for instance, if I wanted to take OPAD as an example, and I wanted to take it up here at 16, is, okay, so I think what you have to do is you have to put in these two boxes, and don't ask me why, it's just that that's what I've been doing forever. Okay, so let's just take OPAD as an example, okay? It shouldn't make any difference. You're just talking about a price above. So if I want to take this trade at the high here at 1607, okay? I pick how many shares I want, 300 shares. I put 1607 in both. Okay, don't ask me why. So this is exactly the same example. Price is at 2. You want to take it at 250, okay? Here's the price at 1668. So these are the prices above. If I click buy now, you will see a buy, you'll see a blue line. There you go. There's a blue line up here. Okay? So you can see it did not take the trade yet. So I guess what you have to do is put it in both these columns, or both these boxes. Put the price you want in both. Don't ask me why. Okay, I don't know. You know, that's what I've been doing from day one. Okay, so try it now with that one. Well, I'm just putting a price in. I think all he said was he has a stock at 2. He wants to take it at 250 if it hit there. Well, you just saw me do it. You know, if you put the price and stop both those prices, I say 250. What's the stock? Tell me what the stock is. Okay, Chivo. Okay, so let's say I want to buy it if it takes out 8. Okay, so you pick how many shares. I'm going to put 8 in both these boxes. Both the boxes. I'm going to click the buy button, and there it is. Okay, I mean, I don't know how else I can demonstrate it. Yeah, it should work exactly the same way with the live account. So I don't, a 30-second trend of, well, okay, what I've been asking for, we have a marketing meeting today. It just takes a long time sometimes to get these things that I want. In fact, sometimes it never happens. What I'd like to see is a relative volume option filter. In other words, how fast are the options increasing? I just don't know what it takes to do it. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. Yeah, because I want to see, how fast. Okay, something is stuck at 500 contracts. All of a sudden, in the next second, it jumps to 750 and then to 1,000. I want to have something that is showing me the rate of increase of contracts. But what I want and what they'll give me are two different things. Meanwhile, guys, Aiden, and the RKLB. So, well, again, I don't tell anybody what to do. Just point out opportunities. There was the opportunity right around this 850 mark. So, Nabil, did you try it? And the love is on the way here, guys. Love is in the air. Look at this love sack. So right at the 200-day moving average, man, 60.11. Will it stall there or just blast right through it? This is an earnings play. Release earnings before the market opened. Thank you, Zach. Let's take a look at PayPal. Yeah, these are just stocks I just don't trade. Way outside the price range that I trade, but interesting to look to see what's happening. Wow, look at Ader, guys. This is just awesome. See, one day, again, I asked for this also, but unfortunately, you see this one here at 963. It's with a custom formula, and it just doesn't share. I cannot share it. But for those of you, what time is it? 11:26. For those of you who are interested in what this is looking at, I call it the don't repeat option volume with the next high. If you guys are if anybody is interested, okay, Nabil, it's impossible. You have to swear that you were putting that price in both the price box and the stop box, and then hitting the buy button. It's I just showed you. I'll do it again with Ader. Pick how many shares, 400 shares. I want to take it at 11:30. I put it in both boxes. You have both these boxes, right? 11:30. So there it is in both boxes, above the price of 10.98. Click buy. Second here. Well, guys. So I click buy. What was the one I did it on? The Ader, okay. So there it is. 11:30. There's the big blue line. I don't know. It's impossible that it's triggering immediately. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, with the success of, just the very basic option scanner, yeah, you're right. I mean, it'd be nice to see more, at least one more filter like that. Yes. That's what I said. Put the same price the in the price and stop. Maybe you didn't hear me. All right, well, things have finally settled down a little bit for me on my end in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. Yeah, SPY is a red candle now, guys. Yeah, a big red candle. So if you are long something that is not what we call an alpha stock, in other words, a stock that is truly trading on its own, and not really caring what the rest of the market's doing or its sector is doing, start being careful with this market the way it's going right now. I mean, Dow's down just a little. SPY's, basically flat. Tech is still up a little. That doesn't sound good. How's space doing right now? No real reaction right now, anyway. What website is that? Well, it's not a website. It's in our scanner. It's a Trade Ideas software. Yeah, it's Trade Ideas. Give me a moment, and I shall show you. These are the option filters that we have. So and this is just good general information too. If you're ever wondering if we have something, people ask, what do you have for RSI? What do you have for MACD? What do you have for stochastics? All you have to do is go to an alert window, right click, configure, and then search. So for instance, options, what do we have for options? Well, let's just take a look. So this is what we have for options filters. We have the put call ratio. Option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today is obvious. The put and call volume right here. And this is the key one, the option volume today percent. So this is the one that is showing me, in my option scanner, because I put it at 300%. That means a stock has to be trading at least 3 times what it is normally done over the last 10 days. So it's having an abnormal option activity day. Okay? I've asked them to rename this. Because it's stupid. They look the same. You have to, this is contracts, this is percent, but I give up. But for instance, if you wanted RSI, this is what we have for RSI. If you don't see it, if you say, well, man, I really have to trade the 10-minute RSI, sorry. Okay? If you want stochastics, something, you just have to start typing in to see what we have. Again, this is what we have. If you don't see what you're looking for, sorry. You want the Ichimoku? We don't have it. Oh man. As an example. Yeah, so the option volume percent, it's just, let me just show you again. Oops. So here is the option volume, okay? What that one is, this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. That's what that one is. Option volume today is obvious, the option volume today. So if I want to see stocks, though, that are trading, say, 3 times what they've done over the last 10 days on average, I use this filter. Yeah, it's expressed as a percent, so you would put, if you wanted 3 times, you put 300%. Okay, as opposed to the ratio of, okay, but 300% equals 3 times, right? So that's what, so for instance, so this is what this scanner is looking for. Let me just bring it up. I don't think GEVO is dead yet. Just give me a moment. So I'm going to go to my scan section right here, scan section. Here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. So I'm just going to click on it. This is how you load something. Then file load from cloud. And here it is. There's the string. It's the same one as up here. I'm going to load it. So this is what it's looking for. Okay? So for me, and you can always change this, but between $1 and $25, the current volume, so the relative volume is strong, 3. It's trading at least 3 times normal in terms of volume. 500,000 shares at least. Now, I want it to be trading at least 2,000 contracts, and that is also 300% of normal. So for me to see a stock that normally is traded 2,000 contracts, it'll have to be at 6,000 contracts today. 3 times 2, right? So so I'm seeing stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Now I explained that just a little bit incorrectly because the stock, it has to have at least a minimum of 2,000 contracts, which could be 3 times what it normally has done. Which would mean, that typically, say, over the last 10 days, it may have traded, 667 contracts. So times 3 gives you 2,000, if that makes sense. But for instance, I don't want to see something that normally trades 10 contracts, and now it's trading 30, so that would be 300%, big deal. So that's why I establish a minimum of 300%. Not the overall volume, no. Well, guys, Rocket Labs. What a day. Now you can put, like Rubber Toe did, you can put a put-call ratio so that for instance, it's predominantly calls versus puts. If you wanted to. So for instance, what Rubber Toe did. So for instance, here, that is predominantly calls, okay? There's the total option. Total number of contracts today is 9,200. And that is predominantly calls. Well, it's true. So that's why I don't really care that much. I just want to see abnormal option activity. So remember I put this in to demonstrate how you could take a trade when the price is above. So it took the trade. Now, if I don't like it right now, I can just get out, of course. Now, the same thing applies. Knowing where I was going to take the trade, I was saying, I was just demonstrating this. I would have a stop though. I would know where I was going to get out. So that would have share sized me also. And it is Jamie, yes. Jamie just confirmed it is Jamie in the YouTube room today. Just one moment, please. All right, I'm back. Okay, guys, now this is what you want to see. Look at that distance from the exit price for OPAD. $2 under. That's what you want to see. Then you can shake your hand and say, okay, good exit. Okay? Because, you know, the entry was 376. It's at 13 now. I mean, you know, you obviously would not want that to happen if you were in a trade. So again, you know, I think these are great columns to have. If you don't have those columns, just right click on any column and then click on columns. And, you know, this is alphabetical order. Just find them and add them. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, I am now back, and yeah, man, that BLDE, the option scanner has been on fire today. You know, the only one, though, you guys probably know after seeing all the price alerts I was putting into CRDF that I ended up going the opposite direction. That was always my bias. I actually shorted this one after hours yesterday. I was looking to short this one. I was surprised it showed up on my option scanner. Okay, let me click on an alert. You're right. Now let me make sure. 2359. Let me click on BLDE again. BLDE. Obviously that is not at 967. Yeah, so there is an issue. The charts look okay. But you know what? Do a reset and let's see what happens. Okay, I'm going to do a reset. Okay, so okay, I think the reset worked, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the idea, Doug. I mean, I'm not saying, or D88. Yeah, I mean, it is a long play. Doesn't mean, you just take, when you see the alert, doesn't mean you pile into it immediately. Take some, take a look to see, number one, how much room does it have, in the daily, weekly, monthly chart. When I say room, make sure that there's not a new high very, very close. Check to see where the 200-day moving average is. So, I mean, there's a little bit more. It's not just, the program is called Trade Ideas. So it's an idea. It's not take this trade right now. That's not what the program is called. Okay. So when you get an alert, like the SFTW, okay. So you see the alert, you take a look and say, wow, okay, this has got lots of room. This becomes a primo candidate, right? Because look at all the room it's got that it could move without any chart resistance, as an example, okay? So it does require, a little bit of chart reading experience. Also, I wouldn't want to, if I had the alert and it was like, 10 straight 15-minute candles up and I got the alert, I wouldn't want to take the trade yet. It's probably too extended. Things like that. So, I'd love to be able to say, yeah, when you get the alert, just pile in. Now, a lot of times, on certain days, that's all you have to do. So hopefully that makes sense. But it is a definitely long opportunities. But look at the Cardiff, CRDF. How many times did I say, well, I wanted to get up over 850, over 850, over 850. It kept trying, and it just wouldn't. I mean, it did a couple of times, but it didn't do it with any conviction. So consequently, just because I got the alert at 846, and, I have to also say that my bias, of course, I didn't know it was going to show up in my option scanner. My bias was always short this one. I'm always biased against these little bios when they release phase 1, phase 2 data, and they pop. That's what happened after hours yesterday. But I actually shorted this one after hours for, a little bit. So this morning, I was on the lookout for this one to see what it was doing. My bias was always short until I saw it come in my option scanner. I thought, okay, well, but it had to reach a certain point. It never did. All right, SLQT. There does appear to be, yeah, I mean, you're right. You shouldn't have to keep resetting. See, now it's there. Amir, sorry, I see you had a post about RKLY. Let me just see. I want to see if this single stock window is stuck. Now, this is kind of interesting, the RKLY. I mean, it's another one of these, it gets over 10. It's got some room. I'm just trying to see if it is still stuck. Do the SLQT again. It's probably going to remember, though. Yeah, but I think there might be an issue. Let me take a look at Blade, BLDE. Yeah, there's an issue for sure. I'm just talking to the other guys at Trade Ideas. Want to see if they're... Let me just talk to somebody else. Just give me a moment here, guys. I want to see if this is can't just be blade. Okay, let's take a look at the SLQT. Okay, so SLQT appears to be okay now. I wonder if it's just... Maybe, guys, take a look at ARQQ. ARQQ. I don't know if anybody's mentioned it, but ARQQ from a couple of days ago. Starting to get frisky here. And let me see, 1430, 1430, 1430. It may have... It may be okay now, Bob. Just going to click on a few more. Yeah, I think it's okay now, Bob. I'm just looking. I'm just clicking on various. Take a look at Zev. Remember, this is not this is the original alert. So Zev 910, 910, 910. I think we're okay now. All right, guys, it is now 10:56 or 10:56, 11:57 now. I will be taking my break pretty soon, so I'm just going to put the announcement in here. Still stuck, really. Try hitting reset a few times now. I'm just looking, I'm just trying to make sure. 1947, 1946. Looks like, I mean, you know, there's always going to be a slight difference, as you know, because these things refresh different times. Keep an eye on that ARQQ, guys. Remember what it did a couple of days ago, ARQQ, to get up. I'm not saying it's going to get to $26, okay? But we don't even, I can't remember what the float is. We don't have any float information on it whatsoever. All right, Jamie, thank you. I see your post. Okay, guys, I'm on break now. I will see you guys in the main room at about 12:45. I'll stop streaming right now, Jamie. Okay, guys, I'm on break now. I will see you guys in the main room at about 12:45. I'll stop streaming right now, Jamie. Okay, guys, I'm on break now. I will see you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Barry. Hello, everyone. I'm Jamie. I'll be your host for the next hour. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Looks like we got a decent little crowd in here. So anything you might want to know or go over, just let me know the topic. In the meantime, if someone could just use the chat panel, let me know that you can see and hear okay. Of course, the SPY starting off strong and giving it back thus far today. Okay, is my chat panel working? Let me respawn it here. Okay, I do believe I'm good. If someone could just let me know and say, yeah, Jamie, we can see you, we can hear you. Thank you, Otto. Thank you, Jacques. All right, good deal. Okay, ladies and gents. So as you can see here, I've got a variety of windows open, some of my favorite windows. But if there's anything you guys would like to cover, just go ahead and throw it out there. Thank you, Abdul, Dragon. Good to go. All right, while we're waiting for any questions that might creep in here, just going to pull over a couple of scans I've been working on as of late. And you can see here from the title, top 20 weighted of the SPY index and the bottom weighted, right? Got this idea a couple of weeks ago, and thus far it's been producing nicely as far as the back test goes. So let's take a look at what we got here. Number one, simply pointed to a custom list of the top 20 weighted S&P components, as we can see here. One list, only 20 stocks in the list. Of course, we can see what's been triggered today. It's all big cap names, all names that should be very familiar. All right, we do have a question here, so I'll put this little speech on hold for now. The question is, how can I convert a T window to an A window? Looking to convert the short squeeze window to an A window. And Abdul, you can try to drop that link in there. I don't think it's going to work. I think I'm the only person that can drop links, but give it a try. But if it doesn't work, I've got that surely in my cloud from long ago. Yeah, I'll show you in just a minute, Otto. Okay, so let me pull up this short squeeze top list. It might be a little bit different than the one you have, Abdul. Otto's question was, why don't these windows here have an A or an M or anything identifying them as an alert window? Well, if I right click here and we go to properties, you'll notice that I have small borders. If I remove the small borders, then bingo, we get the A pop up there. Let me just get my pen up here. I forgot to grab it earlier. No worries, Abdul. I've got a version of it here. So what I was pointing out here is if you remove the small borders, then you get the A to show up, right? So I do the same thing over here. Right-click Properties, and just remove the small borders, and then you can see the identifying A or T if it were a top list. Yeah, no problem, Otto. Okay, so Here is one version of the short squeeze top list. Might be the same one you got, Abdul, maybe not, maybe a few small details have been changed, but it's a top list nonetheless. So the question was, how do I convert that into an A window? Well, the easiest way to copy all of these settings out of here without having to manually reinsert them is the following. Right click and select collaborate, and then we just copy. Then I can take any existing alert window. I'll just say I'll duplicate this one, give it the old right click, collaborate, and paste. Now if we take a look at configure, we can see all of those filter settings have transferred over. So now I've got an alert window with just the filter settings. Don't have an alert attached yet. Okay, but if we don't select an alert, system's automatically going to put the heartbeat in there for you. And all the heartbeat does in alert window form is tell you when that specific filter list has been met. So Abdul, at this point, what we would need to do is simply, do we run it as is? I'm not sure if you just wanted the scrolling effect, right? Or if you're more interested in attaching some type of alert that you might have had in mind there. Oh yeah, Otto, maximizing every square inch of space that we have becomes important because no matter how much screen space we have as traders, it's never enough, it seems. So Abdul, let me know if you follow that logic on using the collaborate functionality to export filter settings into an alert window. Okay, so this window is blank right now because there's only basically two things showing up on the list, right? But if we were to come in here and check out the history today, then we would see all of the things that previously were triggered. Now, you might notice real quick here, this looks kind of odd. Oh, there's my time column. I don't know why my time column is blank, though. Maybe it's still loading the history. Yeah, I was just noticing my time column here, so give me a second. Usually, when we import, okay, notice I had to push time over there. That's one of the little things you have to deal with when you transfer using the old school collaborate. It doesn't put the time column back in. So now that we have the time column, we can see the date, we can see the time, and now if I go to history, you can see when all of these guys triggered. But I think you said yes, I just want to be able to have a scrolling window as opposed to a top list. And there you can see all the action from the open today. And you can see on the squeeze list, it's pretty much just been DMRC and RNA as far as this top list goes today. And Pete, I see your question here. Get to that in just a second. Right, so Abdul, once you use Collaborate, I don't even know why the time column showed up at first. Usually it's not even in there. But all we have to do is pop back into Configure. Once you import the filters, pop over to Columns, and just push time over to the left, and then you'll have that time column. Sure. And you always want to experiment, maybe make different versions and go, okay, I'll use new high, and then you'll see everything fall into place like so. But when it comes to converting a top list into an alert window, you might know right off the bat, hey, I want to use new high, new low, or maybe you experiment, maybe you attach some high volume alerts, or maybe running up, running down, just anything that's going to get you the alert, I guess the fastest. Right, so keep in mind, top list is just looking at filters. So number one, the whole filter set has to be satisfied. So as soon as the filter set is satisfied in a top list, it's going to show it to you, right? But in this instance, not only does the filter set have to be satisfied, but then it has to hit a new high before you're going to see it scroll through the window. So until you know exactly what alert might be the best, then you might be better off leaving heartbeat attached. And you don't just have to stick to one alert, right? Maybe you pick new high, heartbeat, and maybe something like running up or running down now. And the reason these are kind of go-to alerts when I'm not sure exactly what I want to use is these are some of the faster alerts because they're looking at the 1 minute time frame. And running up now is just simply a rapid bid movement to the upside. Running down now, simply rapid bid movement to the downside. So if we were to go in here and attach 3 guys here, well, we're going to get a lot of data. We're going to get a lot of scrolling through here. Oops, there we go. Okay. And of course, I don't have my type, but if I did install a type column here, it would identify the icon of the alert. We'll just push that guy over here. And now, you know, you'll get the heartbeats, you'll get the new highs, you'll get the running up, and then eventually you'll be able to figure out, hey, I like all 3 of these because I get what I want in a timely fashion, or maybe I just like new high, new low. You just have to experiment around a little bit. All right, Pete, let me circle back around to your question here. Happy Thursday to you as well. Okay, the question is, can you show me how to turn my layout into a channel for my channel bar? Absolutely. So I tell you what, let me push this guy over here. We'll leave these guys here for now. I'll just walk you through the process, okay? So you can see up in the upper left-hand corner here, I've got 3 custom channels up here, right? Also, this one is a channel as well, but it's pretty simple. So the first thing we would do, let's just say that this is the layout that you want to save and put it in channel for quick and easy access. First, we need to save the cloud layout for, or the cloud link for the layout. So we would say File, Save or Share to Cloud. We would want to check the entire layout button. Notice it checks off all the windows that I currently have. And then we would just say, okay, J Thursday custom. It's always good to, well, I like to have this box checked here because it'll clear out whatever you have on the screen at present. And then we just hit save and share. We grab the cloud link here just by hitting copy. Once we've captured that cloud link, then we come up here and click on the little cog icon in the upper left hand corner, and we say edit custom channels, right? Now if I wanted to add a brand new channel, simply hit the button here. I would paste my cloud link in there for the layout, pick an image that I want. Let's pick the Stealth Fighter, and then we can just call this Jamie Thursday. Once we get all that information put in, the name, pick the icon, insert the cloud link from the layout we just saved, and we go click. Now I think I'm already at my limit up here. So I tell you what, let me, oh wait, hold on. We'll put that guy at top. We'll see if it reflects properly. Okay, now you can see the new custom channel, boom, is up there. And let's just say I was on a channel over here. Now I want to bring that layout back up. All I would do is click, and here we are, back to where we were. So Pete, let me know if that all made sense, or if I need to walk over, or you know, go back over any of the steps that I went through there. But pretty nifty little feature there. That's right, Otto. We never have enough screen space. Okay, I see a couple of questions not only from Abdul but MB. Should the heartbeat be on? And then what does the heartbeat do? Okay, so keep in mind here. Let's look at this alert window here, which is pretty active each and every day. Lots of things coming through at all times. Okay, if I go into configure, just a little bit about the alert window. How does the alert window function? Okay, well, we've got our filter set here. Filters work in all or none capacity. So all of these filters have to be met at the exact same time in order for the filter set to be satisfied. We've got a little bit of action coming through here right now, but there are many stocks out there meeting this filter requirement right now, and the system knows what all of those stocks are. But it's waiting for one of the stocks meeting the filter requirement to hit a new high. Then that's when we see it come through. So ASO, all the filters were met, it's hitting a new high, and here we have it. Now if I come in here and I attach the heartbeat, and let's just add a description column. Okay, and just to make this easier to read, let me put the type over here as well. Okay, so notice, if we give this just a second, CRDF just came through. What does it say right here? All filters are satisfied. Okay, so that is what the heartbeat does. It's not waiting for the new high alert to fire. It's just simply telling you, hey, Big C right now is meeting all of these filter requirements here. So see, a little history lesson. The first window we ever created back in 2003, Trade Ideas first came online, was the alert window, right? We didn't have top list. Some people said, you know what? I only want to know when this filter set has been satisfied. I don't want an alert. And that's how the heartbeat came into existence. So hopefully that kind of clears up what the heartbeat does. Just tells you when the filter set has been satisfied if you want to use filters in an alert window versus a top list window. All right, David, getting to your question here from the office hour 20 top weighted scan. Would it be a good idea to do a multi-window and discard the SPY change optimization? Good question. Good question. When it comes to a multi-strategy window, let me just pull those two windows back over here. There they are. Okay. We could put both of these into a multi-strat and have both of these guys firing off. Okay. That's really just a matter of personal preference. I prefer to watch the independent windows, but that's just the way I like to do it. Now, the second part of your question there, David, discard the SPY change optimization. Okay, so first off, let's do this. I'm going to run the back test as it is, okay? And take note of the start time here. A lot of the times we shy away from the open because, well, slippage can be pretty horrendous and things are moving very quickly. But keeping in mind that these are the top 20 weighted SPY names, then I have no problem engaging these stocks on the open because they're liquid and the vacillations aren't that big as far as price go. So that's why I'm starting this one right on the open. Timed exit of 90 minutes. Risk management right now, we're not engaging any profit targets or stop losses. We're going to backtest the past 40 trading days. Just to get a bead here on what this version looks like versus what it's going to look like once we remove that optimization, David. And by the way, before we dive into that, okay, so number one, here's how the scan looks, okay? keep in mind, I generated this scan almost 2 weeks ago. It'll be 2 weeks ago this next Monday. So it's held up pretty well. Take a look at the calendar here. You know, small losing day yesterday. But overall, and by the way, the longs lost money yesterday. No big surprise there. But this guy tore it up pretty good. We'll take a look at that in a minute. All right, so that's what the back test looks like as is. But if we duplicate the window, and we do come in here and remove the SPY change, notice what we got left. All we got left after that is a max price of we'll call it 160. And now, let's run it again. Yeah, Otto, unfortunately, the heartbeat only reports on each stock once every 5 minutes. Okay, so all I did here is simply remove that optimization of what the S&P has to be up or down, and you can see here, didn't really add a whole lot of trades. 132 in the optimized version, now we have 146. Spread here was 24 cents, and now we're looking at 16 cents. Okay, so we reduced our spread. Assuming these numbers are right here, let's just do this. Let's go to a dollar amount. We'll go to a dollar amount. We'll just say $1,000 a trade. And we need to get our ratio dialed in here. Let's see, 4, so overshooting it a little bit. Okay, so removing that optimization, not really a huge impact, okay? It takes our expected monthly and projected annual percentages down a little bit, but you can see here virtually the same amount of buying power and a few more trades, you know. So really, you could do away with that and pretty much, you know, get the same backtest results, a little bit higher of a profit factor as well. And that's typically, I mean, not typically, that's just simply because we're only looking at a universe of 20 stocks, which just happen to be the most weighted 20 of the S&P. Interesting metrics down here, we do get a bigger run as far as winning days in a row, 11 versus 8 over here. And the good news is we only had to suffer for 2 days, you know, when it does lose. I see, David. Okay, you didn't mean remove it, just keep it. Oh, okay. So use the minus 0.01 and the 0.01 for a multi. Yeah, I gotcha. And you probably wouldn't really notice a big difference there either. All right, let me just catch up on questions here real quick. And sure, I can share these scans, no problem, Iris. Okay, real quick here before I do share these out, let's take a look at how this guy did yesterday. Let's get rid of that modified version. And I think this little guy kicked out about 4 points on the trades that it made, or the signals that it generated yesterday. Let's see here on 1,020, so we'll just say 5,500. So obviously, because we're still in an up market, right? Not near as good of a performance, but the idea is to have something on the table when we do have the little soft days like yesterday. Daily, not looking too bad. Let's go look at yesterday's trades, and we can see quite a few trades. You know, if we're only allocating $1,000 per trade here, but not a bad total. Average gain 363. If we bump this up to, let's just say 100 shares, what does that look like? Of course, even on 100 shares, we'd need a massive amount of buying power here. So I tell you what, let's just shrink that down to something reasonable, right? Even at 20 shares a pop, we'd still need 73,000 in buying power. So ooh, I put in the wrong field there. Okay. Okay, I know that can't be right. For some reason, it's not adjusting. Okay, there we go. Okay, even if we were doing 50 shares a pop, we'd still need over 50,000 in buying power. Well, I keep doing that. Okay, so if we take this down, we wouldn't have enough. Now we're just right at the threshold. So still some pretty decent returns here. Just run this one more time and we'll take a look at that list. Because the allure to these two scans is the big liquid names, right? This one looking at the bottom 20 weighted of the S&P. So even though they're at the bottom of the heap, they're still S&P components, and we can take comfort in the fact that they're going to be liquid and not real spready. So even just doing 50 share lots, you know, a nice little blotter of winners here. PVH, tell you what, let's scroll through, let's just take a look at some of these names because they're all going to be nice and tradable, right? And of course, it'd be good to look at yesterday, since that's what we're looking at here. But check out that short sell up there. Not bad at all, all right? And the good news here is I can't necessarily say that all of these are going to be on the easy to borrow list, but typically when you go to execute a short sell and it's hard to borrow, it's typically going to be one of the lower cap stocks. And of course, PVH here, we can see $8 billion on the market cap. IPGP, not a bad short either here. And by the way, the hold time on these is only 60 minutes. So they're designed for an hour-long hold time. RL up here, market cap 8 billion. Everybody knows GPS, the gap, market cap 9 billion. And of course, we do have our losers. But a nice little blotter of winners in big cap liquid names. Let's take a look at a loser. Pergo just bucking the trend yesterday. Short here, stopped out shortly after. HII. Little thin for an S&P component, right? We're going to run into those from time to time. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. 29,000 shares traded today, yet it is in the S&P because S&P doesn't necessarily care about liquidity. It's typically about market cap along with some other criteria as well. But that's probably going to be the thinnest one that we run across here. All right. And I will drop these cloud links in just 1 second before we move on to the next topic. All right, let me just make sure these are the ones. I've pointed these to a universal list. So the good news is, all you'll have to do, there it is. Okay, least weighted, got that one. But that is personal. I don't know if I've added the short version to the universal list here. Okay, this guy right here will auto point. Okay, so you won't have to worry about fumbling around with a list. All right, so there is the upside version, the top 20 weighted for going long. Now, I haven't created the universal list here for the short version, so I'll just drop the list into the chat and you guys can point to it. I will do that before the next office hours webinar next Monday, so you won't have to fiddle with a list. But it's going to be easy since there are only 20 symbols here. All right, first I'm going to drop the list in here. You guys can just highlight that, copy it. Well, actually, that's not going to work since it ran them all together. Well, but tell you what, there's more than one way to skin this cat. Give me a second. I'll just go ahead and dump it into the list right now. But it'll take me just 1 second here, so uno momento, please. Where is my website? All right, almost there. Bottom 20. Okay. Now, all we have to do is the following. Now, if I can only find it. There we go. Okay. Now, only the following list. Let me make sure I remove that guy. Make sure the settings on the back test are good too. Little side note, the shorts are set up for 60-minute hold time. That's just what produced the best back test result. And the longs are set up for 90-minute hold times. All right, so now you shouldn't have to fiddle with the list. It should just automatically point. But if it doesn't, let me know. All right, so there's the link for the downside version as well. Hey, what's up, Mike? All right, just scrolling back here, making sure I didn't miss anybody. Iris extreme accumulations, I would have no idea where to. I don't even know what that means. People accumulating stock, well, all we can see is the stock trading. We don't know who's accumulating. We don't know who's selling, or deaccumulating, so to speak. So I wouldn't even really, like I said, I don't even know what that means. Really, accumulations. Okay, has everybody taken or those of you who have installed the cloud links, are you having any issues with them? Because Iris, when you say it didn't work for me, what does that mean exactly? Right, and what's the oscillator that you're thinking about called? I'm like, did they slip in a new alert or filter on me? It says accumulate. Obviously, they did not. Yeah, that's just not something that we track. It's very similar to, say, what I'm doing with these two windows here. I can load up the top 20 weighted, I can load the bottom 20 weighted, but we don't track weighting here, right? And that's the same thing with what you're describing there. Accumulation and distribution. Um, you know, just not something that we track here. All right, thank you, Otto. All right, MB, how could I create a screen showing increasing consecutive volume bars? Well, we've got consecutive things. We just don't necessarily have consecutive volume. We can show you consecutive price candles to the up and the downside. Sure, Jock, I'll drop those in a sec. But to your point, MB, create a screen showing increasing consecutive volume bars. My mind goes to our volume filters, but there's no way to string them together. We can just report, in the smaller time frames, we can ask for higher than normal, but there's no way to say, okay, in the past 10-minute volume bar, I wanted 110% of normal. Then in the next bar, I want 120%, so forth and so on. There's no way to articulate that into the system. Now, what you could do, depending on the time frame that you're wanting to scan, is, and I'm just kind of spitballing here, but you could create an alert window and then duplicate it. So if we just blank this window out here, okay, we started it from scratch. And then we went to, say, I'll just pick 15 minutes at random. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little lag on my system here. Don't know why. So let's say we pick the 15-minute time frame. And keep in mind this is a percentage filter, so 100 is normal. So if we said, okay, on this one, we want volume in the 15-minute period to be 10% above normal, So we'd use 110. And then I'm just going to pick something random for an alert here, like new high. Okay. Put something also in here just to keep the garbage out. Not necessarily price that keeps garbage out, but if we just pick, say, really high volume stocks that trade at least, and I'll just throw something in here like 1 million. Okay. So now we just got a simple new high ticker where the volume in the prior 15-minute candle had to be 10% above normal. We could probably also put that in as a column just so you can see. The only way that I could even attempt to tackle that would be, okay, Piton's coming through. It's meeting our requirement, you know, and we can see the exact value there. Notice we're in the candle that's going to close at 11:45, right? So then once that new candle opens, you can monitor and see if the volume is increasing. You know, that's really the only way I would even attempt to go about that process. It's cumbersome, but since we don't have the ability to, say, cascade those filter settings and go, okay, now show me 110, now show me 120, now show me 130, unless we created separate alert windows with a separate setting. But if it's way above your first minimum, it's going to be kind of pointless anyway, because we're demanding 10% above normal here, but we can see CBD or PIN or RECLI is already 6 times normal, which is way above 110%. So unfortunately, there is no elegant solution to that question. All right, so we got a request for these 2 windows here. I'll drop these into the chat panel. Turbo breaks up, turbo breaks down, high relative volume. So what these little windows are going to do is just show you some of the more active stocks on any given day that are meeting a minimum of 3 times on the relative volume scale. They also had to have traded 100,000 shares already, maximum price 150. So let me drop these into the chat. All right, there's the upside. And here is the downside. All right, let me scroll back up here. Yeah, to your point, Otto, I mean on the weighted volume topic, if that's what you're meaning with the put call option. Well, these 2 windows right here, which are variants of Barry's unusually strong options volume, that's kind of like what these guys are doing. So new high is the alert, and if we look at the filter list here, give me 1 second. If we look at the filter list here, volume today, what is that, 500,000. This one is not employing relative, yeah, we do have relative volume here. I knew it did, I just wasn't seeing it there. So on this one, we're asking for relative volume of 3 versus the smaller time frames. But then we're also requesting 3 times normal options volume for the day. So on a percentage basis, 100 is normal, so we have to be doing 3 times the amount of options. And then he has tacked contracts on there as well. And of course, Barry's version also is employing one of his custom filters that he keeps to himself. But this one is still very useful when it comes to, hey, we got high volume in the equity, and then we also have extremely high options volume. So if we kind of scroll through these Take a look at A-bus. That alert came out when the price was 378, and we can see the arrow right here, and it popped up to 386. Not a huge move, but a move in the right direction nonetheless. AMBA down a little bit from its price here. And typically, not to say that these aren't going to spit out some good upside winners, even when we're kind of getting a little downdraft here. ASO 44.67 up at 45.15. What about the downside version? S at 62.04. See, would have bottom ticked this one perfectly. Would have been a better long than short. But hopefully you get the gist here. Is there a way to detect an uptrend after 3 or 4 green consecutive bars? Abdul, I'm not sure what time frame you might be referring to there. And Eric, to your point on relative volume of 300% for the last 3 months or so, relative volume is for the day compared to normal, which would be 1. Okay, so we don't have a way to go, okay, track relative volume back for 3 months. That's the only caveat there, is you couldn't add on the average of the 3-month qualifier there. Now, Abdul, let's say on your consecutive candles, maybe that's daily, maybe it's intraday, I don't know. Hold on, I lost my place here. So Abdul, if we're talking about daily, all right, let me just see if I have something I can pull out of my cloud here. Okay, so here's a top list, just showing stocks with probably very minimal filtering. Actually, no filter, because when I made this, I was only interested in seeing stocks that were up X amount of consecutive days. A little too thin on the intraday, but nonetheless, don't even know why this thin stock. I guess we can go up on red days depending on the close. But if you are referring to the daily consecutive candles up, well, once we get the hot point, right, then we would just have to size up the daily chart and see if it's meaningful to us. Of course, what has meaning for different people varies, Just pulled this little guy up at random. It's got this rounded bottom that it's trying to complete. Maybe it gets on up here and test highs. Obviously, we'd have to zoom back, zoom out a little bit and see where we might run into potential, resistance. But whether it's daily or intraday, the methodology is going to be pretty much the same, because we never know what the magic number is. Hey, after it goes up 2 consecutive days, does that mean it's going to go up 3? And if it goes up 3, is it going to go up 4? That's all going to be dependent upon levels of potential resistance or supply on the longer term charts. Somebody talking about WMC. Let's take a peek. Hey, a little guy. Is that one of the Wall Street bet stocks? Certainly taking its shellacking. But it looks like it's trying to find a little home down here and bouncing up on the intraday. Yeah, good comment there. Level up. Okay, the question is, how did you change the color of your charts? Okay, we go over here, we right click, and we simply say select background color. We can select solids up here, or we can kind of pick a gradient by using the little gradient selector here. I like the monochromatic colors, so that's why I'm more of a grayish type of chart person. But we could easily play around here. Blue's kind of appealing too. I've noticed some people have some blue gradients set up. They're easy on the eye. A little too light for my taste. I'd probably have to take it down a little bit, but that's how you change colors on the charts. Okay, Abdul, so you were talking about intraday, right? So we could easily add consecutive candles on the intraday. I'll just pick something at random here. And, we could dictate a minimum and say, unless there's 3, don't even bother showing it to me. And then we could just focus on this column here. Tell you what, let's add a little bit of volume today just to get rid of the uber thin. And then we can just sort JCOM, having a nice little uptrend here. And that's 5 minutes. That's why it's not looking right. Nice little uptrend on JCOM. Nice little uptrend on EMB. But of course, once we see these consecutive candles, is it going to keep going? Well, we'd have to kind of consult the old daily over here. So checking out the volume over here for EMB, kind of lackluster, not even at 1 on the relative scale. Kind of topping out right here. Looks like that's where it's stopping. Now, if it did get legs and some volume came into it later in the day, then, anywhere in this area right here could be fair game. Of course, the highs of candles are always going to be potential stopping points. Notice how that wick butts up against the close there, which butts up against the wick here. So if you start chopping it up into little potential micro moves that might happen. Okay, to change colors in a chart, assuming the functionality is in the production version, right click and select background color. That's all you have to do. Right click, select background color. Okay, the question is, do you know how I can put in ticker symbols into scanners? Well, Nate, typically the way it works is we produce the scanner or the top list or the alert window, and then it shows us the symbol. Now, if you're only wanting to watch one stock, yes, you can point a top list or an alert window to one stock by right-clicking, hitting Configure, and going to Symbol List and using the single symbol option. Or we can make a specific list of 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever number of stocks you want, and we can point a window to only look at that little universe of stocks. So let me know if that helps. Right, Iris, and I don't know if this is even in the production version or in the current beta version. Let me just take a look here and see what the latest beta is. Since I'm always on the developers version, I kind of lose track sometimes of what's been added to the beta. Yeah, and the latest thing in the beta, it looks like, is the docking. So if you're not seeing the ability to change your chart colors, it's simply because it's not in the version yet and should be coming out in the next couple of builds. Yeah, Nate, I can show you the symbol list functionality. It's pretty simple. Take note of the TI toolbar right here. If I go to Tools and go to Symbol List, all I have to do is click on it. Then I have the ability to create a new list. And then I can just name the list whatever I'd like to call it. We'll call this one the Thursday list. When I click OK, notice it's empty. To populate the list, I could copy and paste. Well, first we'd have to click on it and hit Edit. Then if I had copied a bunch of symbols, I could right click and paste them in here. Or I can just manually start inserting symbols like so. So whether you copy and paste 500 in there at the same time or do them manually, once you click OK, then you're going to see the Thursday list now contains 4 stocks. So you've created the list, you've populated it. You can always go back in and edit it as well, remove or add new symbols. But once you first create a new symbol list, and I'm going to go into configure on this top list, I'm going to go to symbol list, and we have to click add existing list to get that list to show up over here. So I would just have to scroll down until I found the Thursday list. Notice it is not blue. All the ones that are blue have already been added over here, but the first time we create and populate the new list, we have to find it here. Once I click on Thursday and scroll down here, now you can see that list is checkable, so I could always say only the following list, only check that box, and now this list is only going to look, or excuse me, this top list is only going to focus on the list that we pointed it to. Yeah, Jacques, the next high or low, I forgot to mention that. That's a custom filter. If you would like me to add that, do you already use custom filters, Jacques? If so, I can just drop it in here for you and you can add it. Or if you're not actively using custom filters currently, just pop an email over to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, so you are using custom filters? Okay. Stand by and I'll grab that custom filter for you and I'll just drop it in here. Give me 1 second. Let me see what my prefix is for that. I forget. Because keep in mind, I'm just watching it as a column. Okay, U54. Let me go grab that for you. All right, Jacques, here is the custom for next high or low. And you have to be using, obviously, new high, new low for that filter to work. Okay, so docking. What is docking? Okay, notice all of these windows are free floating. I can grab them and move them around individually. But if I come over here to Tool or New, and I say, okay, bring me up a docked channel bar. Okay, now I've got this free floating window with a channel bar in it. So now I can manage my layout or any of the channels just by clicking here without interfering with what I have on my desktop currently. So you can spawn multiple docks. You can put your layout into a docked window. If I click on my, oops, obviously clicked on the wrong thing there. But the docked window is for creating a container that is self-contained, right? That way, if you want to have multiple channels up at the same time and simply move them around, or whether you want to import your layout into a docked window as well for quick and easy access. This is that blue that I was referring to earlier. I think Brad created this, so real easy on the eye there. It's under New. We go New, and then we can spawn a docked channel bar or a docked window. But it's under New. If so, you're probably not on the beta stock. You would have to download our latest beta version. Thank you, Mike. Always a pleasure. You're welcome, Jacques. All right. Getting to the top of the hour here. Just got to touch base with Barry, see what his status is. Yep. If you just go to the download page, you'll see the production version. Here I am right here after I click download trade ideas. At first, you're going to get the latest production version. Scroll down a little bit, download the latest, newest public trade ideas. All right. Introduces dock panel windows. So you'll find that under the new tab on the channel bar. All right, you guys kept me busy today. Appreciate that. Everybody hopefully is having a nice green day. And we'll see what tomorrow brings, which will be obviously Friday. It's going to be interesting if we close right where we are as far as the SPY goes. Doji yesterday, not quite a doji yet today, but bottoming wick, topping wick could make for an interesting Friday. All right, Barry tells me that he is starting his stream back up, so thanks everybody. Hope you're having a great day and happy Friday tomorrow. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Three, two, one, stopping.
Well, there's a lot of, it's interesting. I mean, there is a ton of option activity for Fuse, F-U-S-C. It's showing up. It's not moving at all. You just got to wonder, is something percolating here? I mean, it looks ugly. What an ugly looking, well, all these charts look ugly. There's that monthly, there's the weekly. It's just doing nothing, but it did show up on the option scanner for, well, I know the reason it met all the filter requirements, but it's not moving at all. So you're wondering right now, as I'm wondering, does somebody know something? Look at the relative volume. Look at the volume, option volume. It's 4.5 times normal. It's just not moving. So this is what I'm going to do. Just in case something gets it rolling later on, I'm going to stick an alert for Fuse, let's say 10:20, okay? Again, this may be a precursor of something that's going to happen, or it may mean nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Spectacular. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. And the love keeps moving higher. Well, that's a nice, it's out of the price range that I like to trade from the AI, but no disputing the fact that is a nice one from the AI. Love. There was the alert right here at 57.34. A pretty gentle trade too. Not too many, not a lot of whip. That's a 15-minute chart, basically straight up. So if you have the AI, again, it's just out of the range I like to trade. Also, it's through the 200-day. I mean, this is interesting. It's through the 200-day moving average. The next high is looking left, 64-ish or so. This could be a multi-dayer. A second, third day continuation off earnings. It's an earnings play. RKLB? No. RKLY did, but not RKLB. And there's probably a good reason for it. Okay. So it's meeting all the filter requirements, okay, obviously, but it's only meeting it now. So believe it or not, at the beginning when all this was happening, it was probably under 300%. Well, yeah. Okay. So when this was happening, it was probably under 300%. And maybe even when this was happening. Okay, because it's at 400 now, and you see how it's increasing. So I mean, it's very possible that from this is 15 in the last 1, 2, 3, hour and a half. It's possible that the option volume has been increasing it, getting it to over 300%. But we'll get an alert if and only if now if it takes out the high of the day. It'll have to get up to 2088 to get an alert now. So, does that make sense? Well, the thing is that we were watching this one, without the option scanner. We were all watching this one right off the bat. I mean, it had a big pre-market move. It was an earnings play, so it didn't need the option scanner really to see this one. My guess is it showed up here too. Yeah, it showed up here right at right at 931. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about that. If you look at my right up here, the pre-market actives is right there. RKLB E-gap up. So, it's an earnings play. And as we were discussing, you probably weren't here, but as we were discussing it's also a meme play. So, it had a couple of things going for it. Boy, EchoStar, they've been around forever. All right, guys, so I'm not getting any new alerts. How did that HLBZ do? Did it keep moving higher? You know what? I mean, again, yeah, it's one of these ones that if it gets volume, it takes out that high. Because obviously it doesn't, well, I shouldn't say it has no, yeah, I don't know what the issue is here. Lifetime range, 45%. So I don't know again. Oh, this is the SPAC, guys. This became HLBZ. I think we have to have a better way of, you know, when something was a SPAC before. So I guess technically this is the way to do it, you know, because I guess this probably, I don't know what the SPAC name was before it became HLBZ, but it probably was, you know, gapped way up like a lot of them do, came back down to earth, and then finally the merger happened. So it turns to B Sky tomorrow, okay. So the completion of the merger, there you are, not September 9th, okay. Okay, so this is a good test. You see, this is, so even though blue sky, it'll become blue sky tomorrow. So that will be the high, its all-time high. I'm going to try to remember. I'm going to actually write down SFTW. And the high was 1747. And the reason I'm doing this again, is just, I want to see, because when Blue Sky starts trading tomorrow, it'll look like an IPO, brand new. But it's not fair, I guess, not to count the fact that it, you know, before it merged. I guess it's not fair that was the high. Or maybe it isn't, because I mean, I don't. Probably when they made the announcement right here. That's when they made the announcement about Blue Sky right here that week. So all the excitement, and then, oh yeah, okay, but it's going to take, you know, a year. Yeah, I think you're just guessing, Pickles. You know, something's going to go up or down. I don't think I don't know for sure, but all right, let's take a look at Blue Water. Blue Water, of course, was super active yesterday. BLUW. So there's another one. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, so here's another one. So this will become CRXT tomorrow. So I mean, you can see what happens. I mean, they make the announcement who they're going to merge with, all sorts of excitement, and then, you know, comes crash. I mean, remember, guys, this is one day. This stock got up to $31, closed at 10. So I mean, you got to be so careful. No, Abdul, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it is getting loaded. I'm just saying that it's interesting when you look at Fuse. So don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is. I'm just wondering if this is sort of the precursor of something happening. I mean, it's not moving at all. You know, it's up 2 cents, so it's not moving at all. And yet the option activity, it's 4.5 times normal. The relative volume is 4 times normal, and yet it's not moving at all. So I'm just sort of thinking out loud. I'm wondering if somebody knows something. You know what I mean? So, well, that's what I'm looking at. Look at the relative volume for. I'm being asked a question in our YouTube room. The question was, how can you tell that Fuse was getting loaded? Okay. So all I was saying is that, well, it's a little bit strange. It's not moving at all. The relative volume is trading 4 times normal in terms of just volume. It's trading 4.5 times normal in terms of options, and yet it's not moving. Okay, so something, I mean, it's possible somebody is loading up ahead of time. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but you know, you just said that it's a bit of a clue. Okay, so daily, okay, D is for daily, M is for monthly, W is for weekly, 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 2-minute chart. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, well, I don't keep them constant. I don't want them. So, oh, if you want to know how, there are only two options right now with our charts. Okay, if you right click a chart and go to properties, and we have symbol linking. You either have it checked or you don't have it checked. So obviously I have all these time frames checked because when I click on a symbol, I want them all to change. Whereas the SPY does not change because it's unchecked. Okay? Well, of course, if a stock is in play, you know, I mean, we have all this information here, so I don't even know if there's so the short float, no, 10% is short. I mean, that's a you know, reasonably significant number. Again, I'm just, the only reason I'm looking at this is because it came in my option scanner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen this one at all. Okay? But it came in my option scanner. And when I start looking at it, I'm going, I mean, look at all the consolidation over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 5.5 months of doing nothing. I have a real distaste for be big, but hey, listen, it's just hard. It's a hard. Well, okay. You know what? I mean, that was a nice break out of some kind of consolidation on the 15s. If you could catch it early enough. All right. So first of all, Habib, if you're new to trade ideas, I want to make sure that you have taken a look at all the training that we have. Okay. So when you click on my homepage link, if you're new to trade ideas, I really encourage you to take a look at this. You know, just to get yourself, you know, so you understand what a top list is, an alert window, creating them. And also, if you're new to trading, well, again, if you're new to trade ideas, right here, starting trade ideas from scratch as an example. And if you're new to trading, this little video series that Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, created, it starts off with what is a stock. So I think that could help. Well, again, my option scanner is obviously, it's biased towards the long side, okay? It's that simple. So my option scanner, I mean, these are stocks that are moving higher on abnormal option activity, high relative volume, etc. So my bias is long. But again, it doesn't mean that you just pile into the trade at the time of the alert. But but if you look at them all, I mean, the bias is long. I mean, all the option scanner is doing is just another way of looking for abnormal activity, okay? That's all it is. In this case, it's looking for abnormal option activity, as opposed to just looking for straight abnormal volume activity. Yeah, so so Abdul, if you go to my home page, go to the scan section of my home page, and then find the one that says, it probably says something like unusually strong option volume. Yeah, the thing is that when a stock is moving higher, on option activity, I don't pay that much attention to whether but I bet you if I looked at them, it would be predominantly calls, okay? I mean, I've just had this up and running for the last 5 months, and it's been by far and away the best scan I've ever had. Does it mean every single alert you get is going to work? Of course not. I mean, here's another one. So the SFTW, I mean, just take a look at them. You don't have to, I'm not just talking to you, Con, but I mean, it's, just watch it for a while. I mean, we had an alert right there, 11:18. You had another opportunity. 11:18 was the alert. It actually dipped below. You had another opportunity to get back into the trade if you didn't take it the first time. And then, what did it do? So it's like a watch list. It's not like a watch list. It is a watch list. As I said earlier, the most effective way to use it, sometimes, you'll get the alert, and at the time of the alert, it actually moves down. So, all you have to do then is just put a price alert, use our price alert feature, and put a price alert at the price where the alert happened, and see if it happens later on. The classic example of that is Ater yesterday. If I back this out a little bit, this is hard to see here. The alert from the option scanner actually was at, this is yesterday. This is a 15-minute chart. Maybe hard to see. But the alert from the option scanner, I think, was at 8:19. Look what it did afterwards. It got all the way down to 7:35. If you had put an alert, a price alert, and you might have said, oh, well, I guess it's over. Forget about it. If you'd put a price alert at 8:19, look what it did when it hit 8:19 later on in the day. I mean, it took maybe 3 hours, 2.5 hours. But when it did it, look what it got to. From 8:19, it got up to 10:48. I'm not saying that that's going to happen every time, but to use, any sort of a watch list effectively, sometimes you get an early alert, and well, just treat it like that. It's early. It's not working right now. Forget about it. Set the price alert. If you do get a price alert later on in the day, take a look at it. Oh, of course it's just one piece of the puzzle. Of course it is. But you got to understand, I've been with Trade Ideas just as a customer since 2010. And I've not had a scan like this. I mean, it's pretty simple, but I've not had a scan like this in 11 years. And here's SIGA, yeah, SIGA, government contract, pounded down probably. Well, Abdul, I mean, so if you get the alert, and let's just say for argument's sake, we got this. This came in 750 for SIGA, okay, 750. So let's just say it rolls down to 7, and then later on in the day. So all I do is I just put an alert at 750. That's where it happened. I'll just put the price alert there. And again, it doesn't mean that if it hits it, I automatically take the trade. But I want to know if it does, check the pattern that it's coming from. Maybe it was just consolidating underneath and then it pops through on volume. But if I look left, I mean, there's a ton of resistance. Look at on a monthly chart. So I mean, it's not ideal, but that would be the principle. Just put the price alert where the alert happened. So again, there was the alert at 750. So it's below 750. Just put the alert at 750. Price alert at 750. See if it comes back. Yes, I was already on my own. I did not have a real job. Yeah, look at the SPY guys, and there's some volume coming in too. Look at the volume bar. This will be the biggest volume bar of the day. Big SPY, yeah, big volume coming in. I don't know if there's news. There's always news, but I know what you mean. I don't know if there's some specific news. But that is a big volume bar on the SPY, guys. That's the biggest one. Usually, the first 15-minute candle is usually the biggest of the day. But look at this, and we still have 2 minutes for this one to close. Now, in the favor of shorting this, you can see right there the 5-minute EMA is starting to move down, and it may cross that 20 SMA on Jiva on the 5-minute chart. It crossed it up here at 8. You know, these are potential short selling signals. You know, so you have one here. You might get a confirmation. Look how that 8 EMA is really starting to dive down. Nothing is 100%, of course, but you know, you sort of and also this might, I mean, you might get some decent support right here too, though. 770. It's hard to say. I mean, it's obviously it's in play. Well, it's a strong stock, but you know, these little clues here. Meanwhile, love, look at love. Continuing higher. 57.34, the AI alert, 61 right now. I mean, that's, you know, for a $60-odd stock to move 6%, pretty awesome. One of the reasons, I mean, look at the float. I did not realize that. You know, 12, you know, this is actually pretty astounding because for 12 million in the float, for it to have been as orderly on the 15 as it's been for a $61 stock with only 12 million in the float, wow. You would think there'd be some little more whip. So what I use and most in the room use, we use the 8 EMA, that's the orange line, and the 20 SMA. Okay, and that's the same for all time frames. So it's a 20 SMA, the blue line, and the 8 EMA, the orange line. And it doesn't matter the time frame. If you want my setup in terms of a chart, if you don't, you know, I've got the Bollinger Bands. You know, that's the brown area, or the brown lines are the Bollinger Bands. The 8 EMA is the orange line. The 20 SMA is the blue line. And my volume here. If you like this setup and you'd like to apply it to your charts, I'll pop the chart in. I gotta find a chart. There you are. Okay, so that's it. Yeah, so all I have to do is share it. Okay, so there's the 2-minute chart. So all you have to do, if you want the other time frames, is then you just start duplicating it. So here's your 2-minute chart. So now if you want a 5, you just right click, duplicate it, and now change the time frame. Okay? You want, so, you know, you have all the same indicators now on the 2 time frames, so you don't have to go through the exercise of, you know, creating them for each time frame. Assuming you want all these indicators on all your charts. Okay, so you just keep duplicating, change your time frame. Okay? Yeah, I'm watching Givo. It's, you know, it's holding 8 pretty well. It's 790, but I mean, I wouldn't call this an utter collapse yet. Well, the theory is this. Again, this is the theory. So if you see a stock way above the Bollinger Band, okay, the chances are that it is extended and it could come back at least to the Bollinger Band and maybe down below it. Okay, the same thing here. If it's way below the Bollinger Band, chances are it could bounce. Okay, that's the theory. Doesn't mean that's going to happen all the time. Reversion to mean, exactly. Oops. Oh yeah, guys, that reel's not here. Okay, guys, make sure when you're in stocks only, it's stocks only. Most of you are okay. All right, but okay. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. The miscreant. Now I get it. They convert to the new. They convert. So SFTW will no longer be a symbol. Well, I'm just saying about Givo is that it's obviously it's a strong stock today because it had news. Whether you think the news is good or not, it's irrelevant. You know, the market said we like this news. Okay, traders like this news. At some point, you would think, and I'm just saying, there's a cross there on the 2-minute. This can be signifying, that it could be over for a while anyway. Get some downward pressure. The cross was at 803. It looks like the cross is going to happen here. There's the 5-minute EMA. There's the 20 SMA. It looks like it's going to cross here. So maybe another confirmation that it's going to have some more downward pressure. That's all. Nothing. There's no guarantee. Obviously, but these are sometimes they are subtle clues. Sometimes they are hit over your head with a hammer, or hit your head with a hammer clues. Like look. Okay. Well, I don't know. Okay, MDB. If you're really hung up on that, listen. I don't mean to sound like that. You can always use the put call ratio. Okay, and then that'll tell you if it's more calls than puts, as an example. Okay, so for instance, if you wanted it to be like this is the max on the put call ratio 0.1. That means it's extreme call buying as opposed to put. Okay, as an example. I just don't concern myself with it too much because virtually every time I've seen these, from my option scanner, these are just stocks that want to at some point keep going up. Not every stock, but what do I think about PMCB? Well, all I know is that PMCB was, at the beginning of the day, was pretty strong, or in the pre-market, I should say. Yeah, so in the pre-market, it got up to 416, and I don't know what to make of it. I mean, it's just kind of meandering right now. The only news I saw is that it's going to present at some Wainwright conference. That's all I could see about it. But you know, I mean, it's really kind of choppy. For me, there's no clue right now. The only thing is, of course, it's a low float. So if a person were bound in the term and wanted to take this stock, I'd probably be waiting for almost even a 4 break, believe it or not, because I mean, look at all the room it's got. And if it broke 4 on volume, like you get a big volume bar, you know, that could set it up. Well, do you have my basic highs and lows? New highs and lows? KJ? It's not a gap scanner, it's just a basic new highs and lows. Okay, well I don't have it in my gap scanner actually, so. Thoughts on Aether? Well, I mean, obviously it's dropping. It'd be a nice short. If I had shorts, I'd be tempted to be shorting this right now. Breaking under 10. Maybe some support around 9. But I mean, it's obviously right now in a downtrend. I just don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. But understand that RKL, I mean, I don't know how early you guys get up, you know, when you're getting up, when you're doing your pre-market preparation. I mean, I realize that not everybody is in the trading room at 9 o'clock Eastern time, I get it. But that's when it's open, and that's when we start talking about the pre-market movers. And of course, RKLB was, well, I considered it probably, the problem I had with it is it moved too quickly, too fast, and I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. So I had to back off it, unfortunately. But I mean, this was my number one candidate for something that might do something like this. Why? Earnings play, and I think I read somewhere that it was the Wall Street Bets crew were all over this. So it had a couple of things going for it. The problem I had is that it went up too quickly. And I just have a real reluctance to take trades in the first 15 minutes. Lots of alerts today from the scanner, option scanner. So here's another one, MTT. Wow, now this one, okay, so this, again, now I'm understanding how I know this was a SPAC before. Because when I look at the position and lifetime range, whatever the SPAC was before, it was obviously way higher than $18. I can just look right here and see that it's about half the lifetime range. So at some point, whatever this was before it became MTTR, it was up at $37, $38. Darn, I'm not in that Cardiff short anymore, CRDF, but wow. I mean, that just, if you want a basic, I don't want to call it rule, but something to always keep an eye on. And we talk about this in the room all the time. Oops. Let me just do a reset. So this is one that I shorted after hours yesterday. Why would I do that? You know, I had this huge pop, okay? But it was on phase 1, phase 2 news. Okay? So I'm always highly skeptical. It looks wonderful. You know, these companies release data on a phase 1 or 2 study, and you oftentimes get a move like this, and then reality sets in. And so that's why, I mean, it was about a 30-cent short for me after hours yesterday. I knew I wanted to watch this one today. It just surprised me that it came in my option scanner on the way up. But, you know, always, I was looking to short this one. I mean, I was looking to go long, don't get me wrong. Was looking to go long if it could have got over like about 1854, 55. And it briefly touched it, and then it went down. So I guess what I'm saying is that if you see a pop in the pre-market of a bio, and it's based on phase 1 or 2, I'm not saying every single time, you know, you're going to get action like this, but I would watch if you have the ability to short. In other words, your broker has shorts. You know, I'd be really watching those sort of closely. All right, Trey, so I don't use it, but you can try this. We have a running up. Oops. So running up dollars, up now, okay? You can add the alert, and then you can pick how many, 25 cents, 40 cents, whatever you want. Try it. See what sort of alerts you get. Okay? So again, right click on an alert window, configure, search, and start typing in running. And running up now, and you can see dollars. Add the alert, check it, and then, you know, put whatever you think you want to see it running up at least. Yeah, I'll be in the marketing meeting soon, so. Okay, Trey, did that make sense? Okay. IMPL, yeah, wow, what a move today. After 3 days ago, got up to 35. I mean, these are tough. I mean, cut in half, intraday, cut in half. Was moving down the last 2 days, having a bit of a day today. Yeah, Rocket Lab moving, guys. Looks like it's trying to leave 20 behind. Again, has no... Well, let me make sure about that. Yeah, so this has no resistance. This probably was a SPAC. I don't think it was an IPO. I may be wrong. Maybe this is one of those IPOs. And if it was a SPAC before, obviously it didn't have a big pop. Excuse me, a big pop. Because I'm looking at the position and lifetime range, and it's... If you're wondering why it would say 155%, it's because it's looking at like the last... It's looking at the previous day, like the previous, not including today, high. That's why you're wondering, well, how can something be 155%? That's the reason. Well, let's see if this is their... If this is finally going to... Was there... Yeah, there was the cross, guys. So we've got confirmation now. We have confirmation now on 2 time frames for the GIVO moving down. So on the 2 minute at 8:03, 5 minute 7:93. So it was an IPO, okay. The only thing is, I mean, it's okay, so the volume is drawing up, but I'll tell you what, if you're short this, I am short this, okay? If I see a big volume bar, I'm gone, okay? I am gone. I don't care. Now, we can't set alerts for crosses. I mean, you can anticipate where a cross could be, but we can't set the alert for crosses, I'm going to say, yet. When we see them, typically what happens is, I click on a symbol and I can see what's happening. So I can anticipate where a cross is and put a price alert, or where a cross is going to be. So for instance, look at SLQT, okay? I can see right here on the 15-minute chart, there's that 8 EMA. Maybe hard to see, but if you have a 15-minute chart with the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, I can see that a cross could occur in this area. It hasn't happened yet, but so I could put a price alert where I think a cross could appear. All right? Here's a cross here at 12.99. Now the problem with GIVO, in my opinion, is that there still is enthusiasm for it. I mean, it's extraordinary to be up 35% with a 189 million float. So that's what we're up against, okay? We're up against the enthusiasm with a, again, it doesn't matter what we think about the press release. No, it's the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. And if you're asking me why, that's because that's what real does. Just regular. Whatever we've got. No, not yet. I have to assume that down the road, our charting is going to get better and better. It's going to look more like traditional charting packages with more options and things like that. I mean, right now, not that you see, I like the background. I like a white background. That's just my preference. But I mean, with this new build that you guys don't have access to yet, you'll be able to, you know, change the color of the charts, put gradients in, things like that. So I'm assuming that all these other things down the road will be available. But right now, no. We never started out, I mean, I was around, we only started having charts about, I don't know, 6 years ago, 5, 6 years ago, before we didn't even have charts. And there was a real tug of war to get the brass to agree to put charts in. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'm just going to get ready for this marketing meeting. So I'll still be here. I can answer questions post-wise, text-wise. Oh, forgot to get rid of the other message. Where's Becca? How come you didn't tell me? You better. Thank you for that one, yes. All right, guys, I'm on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Abdul, are you still around? I just saw an email from you saying you tried to load my option scanner and it didn't work. Are you still around? Yeah, somebody from our YouTube room, no answer. All right, guys. Let's see, 2:30. All right, got another half hour or so to go. Boy, the my option scanner on steroids. I mean, there's just not usually getting this much. Now, this is an acquisition company. Okay, let's take a look. 1019. It did hit 1054. Let's see if it settles and just keeps running. So again, who are they taking over? Business, okay, a business combination, Azul. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just answering an email. All right, guys. I am well. ENV was good. I mean, it didn't have the staying power, but it was definitely good. I thought anyway. I think it's TAN, T-A-N, Michael. I think it's TAN. Solar ETF, yeah. You know, we had a couple of really good earnings plays today, guys. Curve and Lovesac. Wow, I mean, these were really, really good. Love, of course, was an AI alert. It's 57, up 8% now. And Curve, two earnings plays. Curve and Love. Sort of interesting combination. All right, guys, I'm just kind of cruising into the close here. So good time for questions. If you have any questions. So what do you mean PMCV average 411? What do you mean by that, Saif? The high in the pre-market was what, 414. Yeah, so I can't make an investment advice like that. All I can say is that the pre-market high was 414. So, you may want to wait for that, to break. Now, the other thing is, I know they had some news. What was the news? So they're going to be appearing at a Wainwright conference, I guess. But as always, back out the daily chart. So right there, you see 430. That's the next high looking left, I believe. Yeah. So I mean, that may stall it. So even if it got to 414 in the pre-market, I mean that could stall it also. If it cleared that, then it's got a free run. Yeah. So I'm not saying yes. If it hits 430, yes, take that trade. I mean, I'm just pointing out where the next, we're an area of where it could stall. That if it took it out, yeah, look at the room it's got. So it could be. You shouldn't have any problems like that, Ernesto. Not the way you're describing. Well, I have to monitor because, unfortunately, Maxim, you get people because it's a free room. You get people in here. We had one earlier today. Becca spotted the fool. Could post anything, so I have to monitor the room. So again, Saif, I don't know what you mean. I mean, I laid it out that, if it takes out 430 PMCB, I mean, obviously, then it has no resistance until wherever that high is, almost $10. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but if you're asking me, should you take it at 408, I can't make it. I have no advice like that. I know what I'd be doing. I'd be waiting for a break up here and seeing what happens. Okay, so let me see again. 3 charts: a 1 minute, 2 minute, and a daily. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what you mean. You've got 3 charts. I'll tell you what. If you put your layout link in here, and like I did yesterday, I don't mind because I'm basically done trading, and I'll load your layout, and let's just see what happens. Okay, can you put your layout link in here? All right, so I'm just going to. Oh, there's no answer to that, MDB. I mean, Jivo, it was just remarkable that it would even approach it, but it doesn't mean that if it hit it that something's going to happen. Okay, let me just close all my windows. And let's load yours. And see what's going on. Okay, so here's your 1, here's your 2, and here's your 5. So let me make sure I see. Let me expand it a little bit. Okay, so symbol linking, symbol linking, symbol linking. Okay, so what's happening? I just clicked on an alert. They all changed. So there is not a suggestion box so much, but yes and no. If you have a suggestion, send it to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, so now you're saying, okay, so let's type in. All right, so I just changed it in. So I don't know what you mean. I mean, I just right-clicked, and I'm left-click, just so system knows where you are, and now I'll just start typing. And they're all changing. Okay, so what you're saying is that when you start to type, the change symbol box does not show up. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Try this. Try this and hit the space bar. See if it pops up. Well, hit the space bar. So left click, any one of these charts, they're all linked, they're all docked. So left click and then hit the space bar. And does the change symbol box come up? Hit the space bar on your keyboard, obviously. Well, it's not you're not really selecting 2 minutes. It's maybe that's what you're not really selecting they're all linked, so it doesn't matter where you left click. I mean, I can left click on the 1 minute chart. The change symbol comes up. I can left click on the 2 minute chart, and I'm just hitting my space bar. Because they're linked, it doesn't matter where you're clicking. Because you're in this dock, it doesn't matter as long as you click anywhere. Okay, so I'm left clicking the 2 minute chart. But do you not understand what I mean? It doesn't matter where you're left clicking when you're in a dock, because they're all linked, so it doesn't matter. I mean, it just doesn't matter where you click. And if it's not happening for some reason in the 2 minute chart, I have no answer for that. I mean, it's happening for me because they're all linked. It doesn't matter what chart you click on because they're all linked. Right? The thing about this is that it's not like when they're free floating. They're all linked together. It doesn't matter where you're left clicking. Now, if you're saying for some reason, which is very strange for me, that somehow, for some reason, when you left click and you happen to be in the 2-minute chart, that the box is not popping up when you start to type, I have no explanation. But it shouldn't make any difference, because then left click on the 1-minute chart. No, you're going to have to, I don't know how I'm going to help you. But if you left click on a 1-minute chart or the 5-minute chart, a box pops up, the change symbol box pops up when you start to type or hit the space bar. It's sort of that change symbol box will pop up. It's sort of a universal pop up for all the charts, no matter what chart you left click on. Okay, but answer me this: if you left click on the 1-minute chart and start to type, does the box pop up? Okay. If you left click on the 2-minute chart, does the box, and you start to type, does it pop up? Okay. Well, then use the 2 minutes. It shouldn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It just shouldn't matter. I know what you're saying. I mean, I don't understand why, if you're in the 1 minute, but if, that the box doesn't pop up. To me, you see, this doesn't make, it's not really, shouldn't be looking at the individual time. It's not, I could be in the 5 and the box is just going to pop up when I start to type. It doesn't know I'm in the 5. Well, sometimes it doesn't work on the 2. Well, maybe maybe just, I don't know about a reinstall, but make sure you save your dock, okay? Make sure you do save your dock. Yeah, I have no explanation. I mean, I'm just sort of demonstrating in front of you that, I'm taking your layout and it's working. Is this your layout, by the way? Yeah, it's I like it. Very concise. Not too much other stuff happening. It's good. So Pepe, when you say it's not working for you, send me your layout. I don't know what Street Smart is. When you say link, you mean when you say link, Chris? Yeah, I'm not an option player, Pickle, so somebody else who might play options might answer that. When you say street linking, are you talking about when you click on a symbol, it loads into into your Street Smart platform? I don't know Street Smart at all. Okay, so typically, let me just load my layout again. So I don't know Street Smart at all, but typically in order to establish a link, you just use our external linking tool. Okay, tools, external linking, and follow these instructions. When you add the link, okay, Pitbull is saying yes. Hey, thank you, Pitbull. I didn't know that was a Schwab program or So just follow the instructions, add the link, and then, follow these instructions. Typically, all you have to do is, so yes, the answer is yes. Pitbull is saying because he's got that. Just follow these instructions. Typically, you just put it in the order entry. Follow these instructions, and that's it. So, Poe, are you using the old version or are you using our docking version of the program? Okay, so what you're looking for is so arrange all your windows, all your Trade Ideas windows where you want them. Haven't had to go over this for a while. Okay, so arrange them all where you want them. Designate one of them as your main monitor, tools, options, layouts. Okay, and then once you've got all your windows exactly where all your Trade Ideas windows exactly where you want them, just check that open relative to main window. So you start off by putting your toolbar in your main upper left-hand corner of the main monitor, and then arrange all your windows on all your monitors where you want them, and then tools, options, layouts, and then check open relative to main window and save it. And then when you can still do that. I mean, I've docked everything, so it's, I don't have to do that anymore. I just dock everything. So here's, here are my dock charts. I just put everything in a dock. But if you didn't want to do that, I mean, this is still available. I mean, well, you can see, I mean, I'm on the dock version, but this is still available. Is there a way to turn off the audio alert? Yeah, and like any other alert, audible alert in an alert window or the AI, if you right click on the the AI window and just go to actions and then uncheck the play sound. Okay, and then say okay. Make sure you save your work at the end, because anything you do, even as seemingly as minor as getting rid of a sound, if you just exit without saving your work, it's not going to know, it won't save that. Okay, so if you go to my home page, MK, go to my home page, tab, and then click on the link, my homepage link. And when you do that, this is what you'll see. And just scroll up to the top, and where it says download software. Click on the download software, and then keep scrolling down until you see this beta. Okay, and that's the latest. That'll give you docking and I mean, the docking is, what I just showed you there. And I'll pop in a video also on docking. So the big deal about docking is, you can do things, kind of cool things like this, create a container, if you will, put things that you like to group together so you can move them around, okay? It's not 100% necessary. I like the look of it, okay? I've got these two, this is a dock, got these things docked together. But one of the main reasons for docking is because now you can use the dock channel bar. All right, because before, if you went to just the normal channel bar instead of the dock channel bar, when you clicked on because in the channel bar, these are all themed layouts. So the minute you would click on one, your layout would disappear. Now you can see right off the bat that my layout, you can see it underneath, so I can go through all the channels during the day without my layout disappearing. So I think that was probably an inhibitor for a lot of people to use the channel bar, because it was a pain. So even if you didn't care about this, docking charts together, or just creating it, which is called a docked window. Even if you didn't care about that, that's probably as good a reason as any to have our latest beta with the docking version. It's gotten better, Barry. I mean, I think you'd have to go back a few versions. I mean, I'm a little disappointed. I mean, the charts they're not as lightning quick as they used to be, but it's certainly gotten a lot better from when we first saw them. So I just clicked on curve. It took maybe a second and a half to load. Maybe in the other version it was 1 second. So I'm prepared for that. I basically, sometimes I just close my eyes, and give it a beat instead of getting frustrated. But listen, if it was a real pain, like when we first had it, it was unusable. I had to go back to a previous version, but. I agree, Jivo after hours. I don't know if I'm going to be doing any after hours trading today, but you're absolutely right. Jivo after hours, I mean, look what it's doing, guys. It's basing beautifully near the high. It's just slightly underneath. This is what typically I'd be looking for if I were going to do an after hours trade. I would wait to see, right at 4 o'clock, how it closed. And then if you start to see some volume coming in and it's moving, especially if it takes out that high, I mean, this could easily be a very interesting after-hour trade. This is not investment advice, but again, you just have to look left, and it still has is a lot of resistance right around 10, but that would be far enough away. All right, guys, well, we're getting close to the end. All right, so I'm just popping my home page in one more time. So when you click on the link, save the link, lots of information, not just about how to take out a subscription. There's the promo code you can use, but and of course you can sign up for the trade of the week and sign up for the stock of the day video that I do. But these two sections right here, chock full of information. Lots of education is right here. Not only about trade ideas, but if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, back to basics. This is a general introduction to trading. Okay, Michael Noss put it together at Trade Ideas. So it's a great little section. So that's in the training section. And then, of course, here's my scan. All my scans that I'm sharing. My sample layout plus all the individual scans. So if you save my link, then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. And with that, I think I'll bid you adieu. Unless there are some questions. Yeah, I mean, if you start to see the volume come, oops, not rad, for GIVO, we have to wait for the market to close, right? So I'll almost guarantee there's going to be volume. I mean, it's going to trade the float, another 15,000 shares, and it will have traded the float. 20,000 shares, sorry, 25,000 shares. It'll trade the float. 25 million shares. I'll get it right. So between now and the close, this could easily trade the float. All I'm saying is that if it closes well, closing well meaning, up in this area, and then you start watching it after hours, I mean, I'll guarantee there's going to be a ton of after hour volume. And we have a post, you can follow it. We have an after hours channel. It may not show up. There's no guarantee it's going to show up, but after hours right here, should be nothing in here. Yeah, so nothing here. So nothing will populate until, 4 o'clock. But, I wouldn't wait for that. I'd probably have this on a thumbnail just to see what was happening. Like just, thumbnail the chart and just watch it. All right, good everybody. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll just shut the room down. All right, everybody. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.